Alright, let's see if this Pack Lord is back up again. Where we ended the last stream. Looks like he is not. Unfortunate. I looked up that that rare mob that we killed at the end of the last stream. It seems like he's on like a full day cooldown. I thought maybe he would be up again since the server restarted, but I guess it's possible someone killed him as well. Alright, we did leave a couple of these quests kind of unfinished, because I was trying to get over to this area and kill the rare spawn right before the servers went down on the last stream. So let's go ahead and finish up this Rian's cleansing step here. For which we need to get a key from one of these ancients. There it is. So we're done with almost every quest that we're going to do on this last trip into Ashen Vale here. We're going to run into Felwood, and this is pretty dangerous, but it's worth it to grab the flight path here. Saves us a lot of time for later. Plus, using this flight path to travel back to the East Ashen Vale camp is actually faster than walking back. Yeah, assuming I don't die a bunch of times getting to it, which may be a bold assumption. Oh, hey, what's up, Front? I am hoping that by the time we turn in everything here, that I can get 32, get my new Druid skills of Moonglade, and then port back to Menethil. If I end up just barely short of 32, I guess maybe I'll think about like a slight amount of grinding. We'll see where I end up.
Well met. We shall meet.
We get the cat ambush at 32, and also Ferocious Bite. So that's a pretty nice level. Plus we also put the final point into the cat version of Seal Fate, which gives you the double combo points when you crit. So I wait till right before we get Ferocious Bite to put the points into this talent. So there's not really too much value in combo points prior to getting Ferocious Bite. Still kind of a crappy finisher, but at least it's something. The early ranks of Ferocious Bite definitely are pretty bad compared to the rogue equivalent, Eviscerate. Ferocious Bite does considerably less damage early on, and it drains your entire energy bar, but you know, it's better than a dot finisher some of the time. I gotta go finish up grabbing 5 more satyr horns also. So you leveling anything new, Frint, or are you just playing your 2 shamans mostly? Hey, what's up, Vigo? Okay. Normally I would have finished this quest already up in this area, but just due to the fact that we ended the last stream with the server shutdown, I kind of had to very quickly get to the area I wanted to go to before the servers went down, so I didn't quite finish the Satyr Horns quest up here. But pretty easy to just double back and finish it now because it's right next to town. Was that for the Stratholm farm, or is there more stuff that the prop paladins can farm effectively too? Oh, I don't think it saved my macro changes when I logged out last time. Yeah, I suppose. As long as you have something to... If you can make use of the Primal Nether, you can actually do some pretty decent farming as a tank too, because usually you can just claim like Nether Reserved or something as a tank, and people often won't fight you too hard on it. Okay, yeah, this curse is the one I was afraid of on my Shaman, but I can actually take it off on a Druid. As you can see, it just stunned me for like 10 seconds there over the course of 12 seconds, so it's a pretty god-awful curse if you can't remove it. Most of the solo pull satyrs are gone. Oh god, that curse stunned me like the instant it got put on me. Didn't even have time to dispel it. Oh, going pretty good. We just finished all the quests here in Ashenvale. That was the last thing I needed. So now we do the mass turn-in circuit. So I have quests to turn in basically all over this zone now. I'm hoping that this will get me to 32. Oh wait, can I go up here? You never freaking know with Ashenvale. Like, some of the hills you can go up, some of them you can't. But yeah, I think this should get me to 32. If so, then I can, after I'm done turning in all this stuff, I can just port directly to Moonglade without having to go to any flight paths or anything. Then my hearth is still set in Menethil, which is, we'll be doing the quests up in Northern Wetlands next, so I can go directly there from Moonglade. Assuming we actually make it to 32 here.
What brings you here?
What brings you here?
Good fortune. Remember the lessons of the past.
Ah, the great outdoors.
Alright, 32, and we still have some quests to turn in. Okay.
One wishes to you.
Ishnu Allah. Till next.
Just maxing this out since we're about to get Ferocious Bite. I think the next 2 points will go into Savage Fury. This extra healing talent here for the cat, like, I don't think it's really necessary. Like, when you're just like solo grinding in cat, you basically have infinite sustain anyways. Like, unless you're, you know, just taking a ton of damage from pulling too many mobs or whatever, you're never really gonna run out of mana just running from mob to mob as a cat and healing while necessary. I will take this later, but I think it pairs pretty well once you get improved leader of the pack down here, where you're just like constantly healing yourself for 4% of your health pool when you crit. At that point, the extra healing would be pretty nice. At this point, I don't really have that much agility, so it doesn't give me that much extra healing. These turn-ins here, they're not super efficient, because I mean you have to pretty much run in the opposite direction in order to turn both of these in here. But both of these quests you can do basically without going out of your way at all while you're doing other quests, so there's no real reason not to do them, even though it's not the most efficient turn-ins when you're done. I guess technically, if you're a shaman or someone who has a lot of hearths, you could set your hearth here before you go turn this in, and then hearth back and turn in the other ones or something, since shaman have 2 hearthstones. But for druid, it'll be much more of a time save to just walk all the way back through here with travel form, and then save our hearthstone for getting back to Menethil.
Light be with you.
Next step in this chain is like way up here. Definitely, there's no reason to go up to Northern Ashenvale again. Northern Darkshore. I'm certainly not going to go all the way up there just for like one quest, so we're pretty much done with that line now. And kind of the same for Rian's Cleansing, once we turn this quest in over here. I guess if you found yourself a little bit underleveled and you wanted to squeeze out some more XP, you could finish this quest line up from this point, but I think the quests later on in this chain aren't that good. They have you run around all over the place in areas where you can't really do other quests at the same time. It just doesn't really feel like the rest of this chain is super efficient. So unless you really want the quest rewards from finishing it, I wouldn't bother past this point. Well, I don't know exactly the level. Basically, whenever I get the money, which will be... I think if you're revered, it takes a little bit under 39 gold to buy mount. So probably sometime in the late 30s, I'll have enough gold to get it. Because a lot of our money as druid does go into class skills, as there's a lot of stuff you have to train as a druid.
I am listening.
So I'll just make do with travel form. I should be able to get the mount a few levels earlier than I did on Shaman. Just because Shaman has to spend so much money on food and drinks, whereas Druid has pretty good sustain, whereas they have to eat and drink pretty rarely. Up until 40, Shaman just has to chug food and water like constantly every few mobs. Unless you're fighting things considerably below your level. You definitely want to have some sort of teleport or hearthstone or something like that ready when you turn this quest in, because it's a pretty long walk to get back to a flight path from this area. Like, whichever way you go, it's like a 3 or 4 minute journey.
What is nature's call?
Okay, we can get rid of this quest. We basically you can just get rid of all the Ashenvale quests you may still have at this point. We won't be completing any additional quests in Ashenvale for the rest of the run. I can make do without some of these things. Some of like the higher ranks of healing touch and kind of the situational things. I think I can start skipping at this point to try to save up money for mount as much as possible.
Great to meet you. Watch your back.
I buy and trade.
If you really wanted to do that Third Fleet questline, this would be the time I advise doing it, rather than when we're here earlier in like the 25 to 27 range. Since it's such a high chance that you would deal with a bunch of ads from fighting things underwater around a boat. You'd much prefer to overlevel those type of quests. I just don't really like that quest chain in general, so I skip it. I don't know, maybe some classes want the rewards from it or something. This will be one of those moments where having an aqua form is pretty useful. Once we're done with this quest up here, with all the formerly elite Dark Iron Dwarves, you can pick up this Moonshine quest here, the one where you have 15 minutes to deliver to South Shore. And you can just like aqua form your way up to South Shore through the water. It'll be faster than like, running there. Once you or after you pick this up, there's no easy way to get back to land without, like, teleporting. Okay, so for about 4 levels... there's no point in actually using Shred between 32 to 36, since Ravage, the cat ambush, is going to be a better opener, and we don't have a stun yet. At 36 we'll get a stun, so you can use Shred, the backstab, in combat more often at that point. So we'll start using Shred again at 36, but for the next 4 levels there's not really any reason for it. And let's add Ferocious Bite onto the bar here. Definitely don't want to
What
skip
can I do for ya?
this quest hub anymore.
How are you?
All this stuff is non-elite, but the quests themselves give really good XP. There's also a vendor in this building over here that sometimes can sell some decent like leather leggings. Yeah, I got line of sight. That was not a very clean pull. Took a bunch of damage in caster form. Didn't have line of sight to grab him right away. That guy almost got one shot. When I'm fighting mobs just back to back, kind of chain pulling like this with a cat, even though we have Ferocious Bite here, I still kind of prefer to just rip with a few combo points and then kind of pool up energy a bit for the next, the opener on the next mob. If the mobs are kind of spread out, or I'm not going to kill something directly after the fight, then I'll tend to finish with Ferocious Bite. So it drains all of your energy. It's not super good if you're about to attack a mob directly after killing something. Oh wow, this guy aggroed too.
I've the finest wares in the land.
Oh, he doesn't have any of his good stuff right now. Unfortunate.
Off with you.
Can sometimes get some 6 or 7 agility pants from him. There's another vendor in Hillsbrad that can sometimes sell that stuff as well. We'll probably check when we get over there. I can't really not get through here. Oh, there we go. Most of the demolitionists for this quest are over this area, and also the named mob we have to kill is over here. This camp over here is a little harder to get solo pulls because everything's kind of grouped together. So I tend to do most of the killing for the Dark Iron War quest over here at this camp. Plus you can also check the vendor there as well. Now that we have Fairy Fire, it does make it a little easier to kind of pull these things out without having to just open on them in melee range and then body aggro a bunch of stuff. Wenna Silkbeard? Can't even think of where she is off the top of my head. Yeah, the mob I was thinking of in Hillsbrad is that one that's over by the fortress in the middle of nowhere. I might not even be aware of Wenna Silkbeard's existence. Oh, I see. So I guess I should be checking her when I check that vendor over there for the engineering supplies. I checked that one dude for the bronze tube. I just didn't even know there was a useful vendor over there. That'll be good to know for the future. Oh god, my Ravage missed. And I have to eat a bunch of Shadow Bolts to the face. Oh, and my Rip missed. Not the greatest opening I've ever seen. Question is, can I get like 3 of these things without getting 7 of them? Oh, I guess that's a hard no. Oh, I should have moonfired that guy to keep him aggroed on me. Whoops. Oh, I guess that was the key. Just gotta target the right one. I keep forgetting to fairy fire all this stuff when I'm doing these AoE bear pulls. For some reason my mind keeps thinking that it's like a cat ability only or something. I should be able to get this chest without these things aggroing. Oh! Apparently I don't know shit about shit. Freaking entire camp of 4 mobs aggroed. The chest was like 25 yards away from anything. Well, I suppose I've come this far. I've cleared out half the camp to try to get that treasure chest. I might just be committed now. I'm not sure there's any way to pull these without getting all 4 of them, though. Okay. Oh, I've got 3 of these mining formulas. Oh, 4 of them. probably not going to double back all the way over here to check that other vendor, but for future runs, that's definitely useful to know. I'll probably be checking that, or I'll look up where it is exactly, but probably with this path, it'd be good to check that vendor at like level 25, 26 when you start doing the quests up here. At the same time, I'm looking for the bronze tube. Might be able to get some really good pants, like 7 levels earlier than we do now. The vendor that I was thinking of in Hillsbrad also has a chance to sell some decent bracers that have double the stats of these ones. So I'm going to be looking her up anyways.
What's on your mind? What's your name? See you soon.
Yeah, shit, I was excited when I got these too. I was like, oh shit. Wrists with agility? Sign me up. It's like almost impossible to find wrists with agility from questing in the area I was in. You basically have to try to get a random drop or buy some from a vendor later on. Oh, and Duskwood has 2 different mobs that have a chance to drop like a specific green bracer that only they can drop. Both of those bracers are really good, but we didn't get them while we were in Duskwood. As you can see, all these quests are pretty easy to complete now, and they still give a shit ton of experience, as if they were elite quests.
How are ya?
You end up with like well over 10k worth of experience from, I don't know, spending like 20 minutes doing this, probably not even that much time doing this little area. That's not even counting the XP from the mob kills. That's unfortunate. It's the life of a druid, just face-tanking chain cast spells. Level 30 gear, yeah, that sounds about right. Honestly, I think a lot of maybe not a lot, but we'll definitely still have some of the gear from Dustwallow. You get a lot of pretty good quest rewards from Dustwallow in like the mid-30s. I'll probably still be using quite a few of those pieces by the time I hit Outlands.
Hi. See you soon.
That cloak is better than the one I have. Oh, I forgot you also get a breadcrumb quest to Arathi for even more experience. So I guess it's probably more like 12,000 plus XP from those quests in that little hub. We can abandon this quest though, it's a dungeon one. So you definitely can solo bosses from dungeons or solo quests from dungeons, but I don't think there's any gear from Alliance quests that are like that's a super upgrade for Druid. I could be wrong. I don't know like every single piece, but I don't plan on doing it. If someone knows of one that's like super amazing for Druid and easy to solo, feel free to let me know. For example, for Rogue, with Rogue I would definitely do that though, because there's some dungeon quests you can solo that give you like blue weapons, and that's, you know, obviously super important for a Rogue. For a Druid, you don't really get anything that is going to speed up your leveling that much that I'm aware of from those soloable quests. Most of the reason you would do something like that would be for a weapon upgrade, which for most classes is pretty huge, but for Druid doesn't really matter. Especially since the weapon we get at level 36 over in Arathi is basically irreplaceable till Outlands. Like Black Fathom Depths, for example. In the late 20s, you could easily solo probably most of the bosses and quests in that dungeon as a Druid. There's just not really anything that's super worthwhile in terms of gear or rewards out of it. I mean, you get some decent XP, but it's probably going to be slower XP an hour than just like questing normally. These quests over here is where we get the mace with the expertise rating that we'll be getting in like level 36 or so, and then we'll be using that for like the next 20-something levels. Basically nothing better, unless you're counting, you know, Azeroth raid gear, I guess. Oh yeah, it's a good point. Like your thinking is right on the money, especially because you don't really. I'm gonna get a neck in Dustwallow at like 35 or something, I think. But yeah, you don't get a neck for a long time. So if there is a boss or a quest out of one of those lower instances that gives a neck, then I might reconsider. I can't think of one off the top of my head. I guess it would probably have to be from a quest, because I wouldn't really want to farm a boss over and over again just for a chance at a neck, unless it was like right by the entrance to the dungeon. True that. At the end of my last stream, where we ended right before the servers went down, that was the reason I was desperately trying to get to that rare spawn in Ashenvale before the servers went down, because he has a chance to drop a neck. It doesn't have amazing stats, but it has some agility and stam, which is a lot better than nothing. We ended up getting the helm from him, which is not great stats for a druid, but again, better than nothing, because I didn't have any other helm. It's that Terra Wolf Pack Lord. So I was hoping he would be up again when I logged in today to start the stream, but he was down. Yeah, there's that one from the Bone Collector. The one you can get out of Dust Wallow is definitely better because it has offensive stats on it. The Bone Collector one just has Spirit and Stam. You can get them at pretty similar times, like mid-30s. So I'll be going for the one from Dust Wallow. I don't really plan on going to Desolace on the Alliance side either. On the Horde side, I kind of like Stone Talon and Desolace. Like, they're not my favorite zones, but I think they're okay. But Alliance side, I really don't like those zones. They don't feel very good. The amount of travel time it takes to get there, and just doesn't seem like there's that many good quests in there for Alliance for both of those zones, so I just kind of skipped them completely. That is the cool thing about TBC, is that you don't have to do all of the quests as you level. So you can just... If you do really like Desolace for whatever reason, then you can go there and cut something else out. Oh man, so many quests here.
Greetings.
Arcanon Poros.
You need something? Have a good one.
You need something?
Alright, we're gonna go turn in the beer quest that we picked up that has that 15-minute timer over there. It's got a nice 3,000 experience for going somewhere we were gonna go anyways.
Good day to you.
Let's see. I might have to reevaluate that after I do some more runs.
Well met.
So I've leveled both a rogue and a druid to 70 like 14 years ago in TBC, but I haven't done either of them recently.
How are you?
So, oh my god. Normally I can never find these freaking things. They drop a quest starter, but unfortunately I'm too low a level right now. I don't think I can actually do enough damage to get kill credit for these. Unfortunate, the one time I find them. Yep. The guards do too much damage because I'm level 32. I can't do enough damage to get credit and get the quest drop.
Can I help you?
Need help? King's honor, friend.
Let's see. Yeah, this is like a rare event where these things come attack the town. But if you kill one of them, you get a quest starter that leads to some more stuff later on. But, unfortunately, I am 6 levels under those mobs, so... Anyway, back to the Rogue versus Druid. I'm definitely considering leveling a Rogue next, maybe on the Horde side, so... Guess maybe we'll find out at that point which one I like more. But just knowing myself, I would probably say I'd have more fun leveling Druid. Not initially, because Druid's kind of boring in the early going, but just like the amount of different abilities and things that you can use situationally on a hybrid class makes leveling like a little bit more interactive than just like a straight damage class. Back to fighting casters, my old nemesis. I can Defias armor. I don't know what the stats of that are off the top of my head, or how much effort it takes to get it, so I couldn't give you a fully accurate answer there. I'm not as familiar with like the dungeon quests and rewards and stuff on the Alliance side, so that's why I was saying it's definitely possible that there's just some stuff I'm not aware of that might be worth picking up. But in general, I wouldn't go too far out of my way to pick up stuff like if it required going deep into a dungeon and soloing stuff. If it just gave like a stat upgrade, it would probably have to be something like really meaningful, like a weapon upgrade on a DPS class or something. But I guess it's hard to really say definitively if it's worth it or not until you know how much time it would take you to go out of your way to pick it up. Which I could not accurately say. Oh yeah, Druid, 1 to 20, Druid is like definitively the slowest class in the game, so like Druid 1 to 20 is not going to compare well to any class. It's almost like hilarious how bad they are, 1 to 20. Even 20 to 30, they're not that good. They're just okay once they first get cat form. It's only after you start getting more of the cat form abilities, like we're starting to get here in the 30s, or Druid actually starts becoming pretty good. I think level 36 especially is a pretty big one for Druid. Whereas, for example, like on Shaman, I would usually say like level 40 is the point where Shamans really take off for enhancement leveling. And for Druids, I feel like it's right around level 36 where they start getting really good. Because you get a lot of gear upgrades around that time. You get the weapon upgrade that gives you expertise. You get the cat cheap shot. So you can do like the cheap shot into backstab openings and stuff like that that start doing pretty good damage. Just kind of feels like it all starts coming together for Druid in the mid-30s. Oops. So oh my god, that was a horrible pull. These kind of mob setups are pretty difficult for Druid, where you have to fight like multiple mobs and one or more of them are a caster, since you don't really have reliable interrupts. Maybe I should just be trying to fight these things one at a time in the water, even though it's kind of annoying to have to swim. Well, there's not really much you can do to twink out a Druid that would even make them that fast, 1 to 20. It's just that they don't have their DPS form. You just have your crappy caster form and your bear. So like, whatever you do to twink out your Druid, if you compared it to a similarly twinked out like any other class, it's still going to be way, way slower no matter what. Unless you start taking into account like player skill with different classes. Yeah, like I definitely wouldn't say it's not like super hard to get to 20, to the point where you're pulling out your hair or anything. It's just very slow and methodical. Like you're probably not going to die too much in bear form because it's pretty tanky and you've got heals. So it's not like you're getting killed a ton. It's just that your damage output is so low before you get cat form. Your caster spells at low level are kind of underwhelming, and just bear doesn't do very much damage either. Realized I should probably still have Shred on my bar somewhere, because it will actually help a little bit for bursting down these mobs when they start trying to heal. Like so. That was something I actually didn't even know about till recently, that you could use backstab mechanics when mobs were healing. Can't do it when they're casting offensive spells, just heals. Yeah, I gotta go so far out here to get one more of these things. These first few quests here, you have to fight a lot of casters, so it's
Greetings.
if you have an interrupt, these quests are great. If you don't, they are pretty annoying. It's funny, the follow-up quest is basically to do the exact same thing you just did. The drop rate on these heads is, I don't know, like 1 in 3 or something like that, so you get a quest to kill 20 murlocs, and then the follow-up is to, like, kill 25 or 30 of the same murlocs. Might try going a little further over this way to some of the lower level murlocs. Just the way these camps are configured are not very great for a druid. I can't really AoE farm any of these things with bear because they've got like spells and heals and ranged attacks or ranged spells and stuff, so I can't really group them up. And most of them are like sitting right next to each other, so I can't even use cat form except on the outliers here. I know that wasn't a problem on Shaman because you can pull everything out with the interrupts. But since I'm on a druid, I think I'll try going further to the west here and see if these slightly lower level murlocs over here are perhaps more spread out. To the point where I can fight them 1v1 a little better. Ah, dang. Couldn't get that second backstab off. Okay, this should be a little easier to finish getting the murloc heads on. Let's see, 6 dam, 6 spirit. Doesn't sound super good. You can get the you can get a neck out of Dust Wallow at about 35 or so. That gives you some strength and stam, I believe. probably by the time you could actually solo that Scarlet Monastery quest, most likely you could just do that Dust Wallow quest for the Strength Neck. What am I in combat with? That was weird. I tried to stealth there, but it said I was in combat with something randomly. Let's see. I guess technically I should be able to group these mobs up. Let's see if we can do a bear pull here. It's kind of annoying to group them up because they're ranged, but I guess it's kind of doable. As long as they're not casters, you can still group up ranged mobs. It just takes a little bit of effort. Okay. Alright, this area is definitely way better for finishing this quest. For Druid anyways. Can actually just triple pull. Oh shit. That runner actually got an ad over there. Yeah, that's the one I was thinking of, in Dust Wallow. There we go. Maybe I should have tried to line up my Hearthstone with finishing that quest since I went way down the shore. So I think at the point that we start working our way up the river for this turtle quest, at that point I'm probably going to take a very slight detour, like over to this area to try to reach that hidden vendor that has a chance to sell bracers and legs that are an upgrade to what I have. So if you can afford riding, definitely get both of them.
Hey there. See you around.
The only reason I don't have a mount is I just don't have the gold for it. So we're playing solo self-found, so with that rule set, you can't like give money or items to the character you're leveling from a different character.
See you around.
As soon as I get the money to buy a mount, which should be
What can I do for you?
some point in the late 30s, I'll definitely go buy it. Oh, oops, I forgot there was one more step to turn in here.
You need something?
Yeah, it's considerably cheaper. If you're revered with the faction you're buying it from, which is pretty easy to get, then it costs, I think 38 gold, 75 silver, if I am remembering correctly. Oh shit, we got a shaman out here. I think we'll probably be fighting over these shore hunters. This quest, you have to kill 10 of these shore hunters, and there's only like 7 or 8 spawns of them in the entire World of Warcraft. So even if you're the only person doing this quest, you have to wait on respawns. It's kind of dumb. Alright, let's dump a couple points into Savage Fury. Oh, your servers were down? What? Was EU in maintenance time or something? Alright, go grind those boars. Huh. That's pretty random. Wonder if it had something to do with I wonder if like the hot fixes they have to apply to the Shadowlands dungeon bosses has effect on like the classic servers too. Or the Shadowlands raid bosses, I should say. There's plenty of these siren spawns, but these shore stalkers, I'm going to start running out of them pretty soon. Alright, what do I need? Oh, I still need 5 of the shore hunters. Might be waiting here a little bit for those to start respawning. Can't really take on 2 of these casters at once without, like, burning my entire mana bar and almost dying, probably. I guess the ones that shaman killed a few minutes ago are starting to respawn over here. That's right, yeah, at this point they turn into a... if you go any further south than this, they turn into the shore stalkers, which don't actually count to the quest. I'm pretty sure the follow-up for this just, like, sends you to Stormwind or something. It doesn't unlock any other quest that's out here, so I don't actually have to go back to town to turn that in. I can just turn it in at the same time I do for all the rest of these quests. A lot of the TBC quests, their drop rates got buffed. There's no real like rhyme or reason to why certain quests got buffed and why others didn't. But this is the one that got a big buff on the drop rate. If you remember doing this quest on Classic, sometimes you would have to kill dozens of these turtles. But now I think they guaranteed drop a meat, and sometimes they even drop more than one. Yep, there we go. So this quest is super fast to finish now. Alright, let me go try to find this vendor real fast. I know there's a back way to get up to this secret vendor behind Durnhold Keep. See if I can remember where it is. So that you don't actually have to go through the keep with all those random low-level mobs. I've always thought this vendor up here is in just like the most random of all random locations for vendors. I can't even imagine what inspired them to put her in this weird location. Assuming I can... How do I actually get up here again? Aha. Just like right behind this area where there's some horde quests just hanging out.
Need help?
Back of this ruined keep. Okay, so there's the bracers I was talking about. They have better stats than the ones I have. You can actually buy those in Ratchet too, but as Alliance you don't really go there. Unfortunately she does not have the agility pants.
Have a good one.
It's not that big a deal because we actually get some really good pants from a quest in just like a level or two, so I wouldn't even use them for that long. Usually there's a lot more mobs in there. I think someone must have just done that quest, as most of the mobs that are right around the entrance were gone. So the only thing I'm actually looking for in this cave is the Alterac Granite. Pretty much one of the only quests I skip from South Shore is this Yeti Fur Cloak quest. It's not because it's like a overly hard or anything. The drop rate is pretty bad on it, but it's just because it requires something you basically have to buy off the auction house. So I don't do it on my run, but if you actually remember to buy the cloak ahead of time, it can be a half-decent quest to do. It does sometimes take billions of Yeti kills to actually get all the fur for it, though. These granite pieces are what I'm looking for. These are actually very, very scarce. Sometimes there's only like 3 spawns of these up at one time. So you actually have to pick them up and then kind of just hang around killing Yetis until some respawn. Yeah, that the Shaman Path there in the guide is mostly what I'm following here on this Druid too. Between like the early 20s and level 58, I'll be mostly following that Shaman guide. Just maybe doing certain quests in slightly different order due to class quests or Druids wanting different rewards. I think you would have to record it as several small videos, but yeah, you can I haven't ever submitted anything to speedrun myself, but I mean, if you're doing like a 1 to 70 run, yeah, it might be like 100 hours of gameplay, so it would definitely have to be broken up. They used to have some kind of rule set, like you had to finish the run within I think when it was 1 to 60, you had to finish the run within like 2 IRL weeks for it to count. I don't know if they even updated their rule set for TBC. I don't think they even have a 1 to 70 section. But I haven't checked in a couple weeks. Oh man, if I could actually use swords, I would use that for now. Oh, there is a new category? Okay. That's good to hear. Yeah, like I said, I haven't checked it in a couple weeks, so I guess good to hear that they were updating stuff. I should probably take a look at the rules category, I guess, unless, in case I want to submit this run then, I suppose. I would imagine that they updated the length of time that you could finish a 1 to 70 run in, because 1 to 60 was 2 weeks, and going 60 to 70 is, you know, doesn't take as much time as 1 to 60, but it's still a pretty good chunk of the run, so I imagine the RL time requirement would have to be boosted to probably at least 3 weeks if they were updating it. What do I need? Oh, I really only have 2 of these things still. I guess the other spawns must be way in the back here. I'm kind of curious if I can AoE these as a bear. I kind of doubt I can kill 3 of these at once, mainly just because they enrage at low health, so their damage output goes way up. Wait, where are all the granite? Hold on. Are you serious? There's actually no granite back here? So that means there were only 2 spawns of this quest item in the entire cave? I feel ripped off. Oh, here's one more. I'm just blind. Oh, yes, okay. So you chat noticed before I did. My old man eyes trying to sabotage. Well, nothing else to do but kill some Yetis while you wait for respawns. Oh, looks like this one respawned real fast at least. I can't really do anything with my mana pool in this cave. Normally when I'm too high on mana, I try to do like an AoE bear pull, because it's a little more efficient. You can burn some excess mana that way, but yeah, like I said, I almost certainly can't kill 3 of these things at once because of their enrage. So can't really do anything with this mana pool other than heal myself, which only takes a tiny amount of it. Since I don't have the Furor talent to get energy when I shift into cat form, it's not even faster to open up with spells and then shift to cat. So you start the fight at 0 energy. Okay, here's the last one. A couple quests to finish up in these mountains. There's also some quest starters up here we can pick up. The quest reward for the mountain lion quest up here is actually really good. There we go. 7 strength, 6 agility on gloves. Pretty big upgrade. Alright, let's see if we can AoE 3 these mountain lions. Should be able to. I don't think these things are like overly strong. Unless I fail to tab target the right one. Might have been able to finish that without healing if I had fairy fired the first mountain lion. I forgot to get the fairy fire up on him early. It took me a little extra time to get that kill. Damn, this guy's level 34. What a beast. Speaking of beasts, I should be wearing my plus 30 attack power to beast armor here for fighting these things. So fighting these mobs as a druid is really nice because the mobs are fast enough that they can actually keep up with you, so you can like strafe to the next mob without losing DPS. Most mobs are too slow to keep up with Cat, so you pretty much just have to backpedal like a noob if you actually want to keep your auto attacks going off. Trying to prioritize the hulking mountain lions here, because not only do you have to kill more of them for this quest, but there's less spawns of them. Looks like having two of these be the hulking lions is a little bit too much to handle. Both of these are some really grindy-ass quests here at the end. This one is another two-parter where you just have to kill, like, 20 plus mobs. I don't really have a goal time for the 1 to 70 yet, because I haven't done like a solo self-found speedrun through Outlands 60 to 70 yet. So I don't really have a good grasp on how much time that takes. It's my shaman did like a mix of dungeon grinding and farming to get to 70. My goal for 1 to 60 is under 3 days played. Hopefully, you know, hopefully like faster than that, but my shaman was about 2.5 days played 1 to 60 in the pre-patch. I'm pretty sure that the druid is considerably slower than shaman in that 1 to 60 part, but you know, not slow enough that I think I can probably still get it under 3 days. We'll see. Yeah, it is real nice not getting screwed by disarm on druid. So I could actually do some of those, like that one quest in Ungoro where you have to fight a billion of those tar beasts and they all disarm you. I just started skipping that quest on anyone that used a weapon. I suppose I could do it on druid. Alright, also not 100% sure I can kill these things as a bear, but let's find out. Seems like this 3-pull's a lot harder than the mountain lion 3-pull. Apparently these do way more damage. Ah, shit. Probably dead here. Oh, what a calculated escape that was. Dash got me just far enough out of range that they couldn't auto me for the last hit. Tell you one thing though, after playing this druid, I don't think I'll be starting out with a druid for the hardcore run. So I'm definitely on the verge of dying, and die like way more frequently on druid than I was on shaman and probably some other classes. Druids are really hard to kill later on when they have more tools, but kind of the earlier levels here, they're still super squish. You know, don't really have interrupts. Definitely some of the deaths I've had could be avoided with better play, but it does seem like I'm in danger of dying a lot more on druid than I have been on some of the other classes I've been playing. Where are we at for Darnassus? We're revered. This is probably quite a bit below where the same route with my Shaman I think is closer to Exalted, because they do more of the Draenei starting area quests, and I believe those give Darnassus rep. Any point to switch to balance at some point in progress? Definitely not for this kind of run. Where our gear is going to be pretty bad overall because we're playing solo self-found. Feral can still level pretty well with bad gear, but balance does not do very well without good gear. Kind of similar to Elemental for Shaman. So if you have like a Druid alt that's at 60 and already has good balance gear, leveling 60 to 70 as balance is totally fine. It's actually pretty good as long as you actually have gear for it. But I would not recommend balance from the solo self-found gearing perspective. Oh, did you end up hitting Exalted on the way? I think I was like 5% short of Exalted when I got to 60 on my Shaman. Oh, you know what that is, though? It's probably because there were like some of those bugged quests initially that I couldn't do in the Draenei area when the pre-patch first hit. Yeah, I probably would be Exalted if I could have done those. So yeah, I guess it does get you there. I still need so many of these footpads. Oh, apparently being a drunken footpad doesn't count as a footpad. Interesting. Guess I'll head back over here and hope the respawns have already hit. Otherwise I'm just gonna have to clear out all these camps. Force respawns. Agreed, yeah, I'm with you there. Not a big fan of the elephant. It was kind of surprising because it was definitely unintentional. I certainly didn't expect to be able to get Exalted just doing a questing route. It's kind of a nice surprise. Let's see. I think I'm still gonna be a couple spawns short. These footpads are very elusive this time around for some reason. I guess they just must share a spawn with these other ones and aren't that many of them up just by happenstance. I couldn't really tell you the Zyger plugin. I've never used that one, so I don't have any personal experience with it. I tell you, just things I've heard other people say about it is one of the pros I've heard people say about it is that it actually lets you use quest items from the UI interface. Like for example, with Questy, if you have a quest that has some item that you're supposed to use for the quest, you'll see the item over here on Questy, but you won't actually be able to click on it. It'll be like some kind of UI error. I've heard people say that the Zyger one works for that. I can't really confirm it myself. But some of the bad things I've heard about the Zyger one was that some people were saying that it feels too much like it was written from a hunter's perspective, where it has you fighting or doing quests and fighting mobs that are like too high of a level to be fully efficient, but again, that's just what I've heard other people say. I don't know for sure. But I'm definitely a fan of the just the way that Zygor and Rested XP have managed to convert things into like an in-game add-on, so you don't have to necessarily have a second monitor or alt tab out to read stuff. It's just pretty convenient overall. I'm actually gonna run out of these syndicate mobs here, waiting for respawns for the right quest mobs. I've never had that happen before. Nope. Definitely not super efficient to have to run back and forth multiple times around these mountains, but not really anything else I can do at this point other than go back to the other camp and find another footpad. Awkwardly at 11 out of 12 here. I'm trying to remember what the name of the add-on I have for it. I think it's just called, like, Faster Loot or something. Try hitting exclamation point add-ons. It might be listed in there. If not, then I probably have to update to add it. I mean, we've seen people in pretty much every zone, but not very many, which is I mean, it's pretty intentional. I'm playing on a PvP server
Open for business.
because I like to have the option
Farewell.
to transfer to whatever server I want in the future if I want to play this character with people.
Can I help you?
But I picked the lowest population PvP server that was on the West Coast, so... Oops, give me that back. Was intentionally pretty low population. My main server is white main, and then my main server back on the original classic was Fairlina, so
Farewell.
leveling on those monster PvP servers with 1 billion people would kind of be almost no point in even trying to do a speed run on those servers. Wait a second. Why am I here?
Hey there.
Huh. That is unfortunate. I actually kind of screwed that up a little bit.
Safe travels.
So I double screwed that up, because not only did I think that I had my Hearthstone set to South Shore, I talked to the innkeeper, but I guess I forgot to hit the option. But I didn't pick up the flight path from South Shore yet either, because I didn't need to fly to Arathi yet, so we'll have to slightly alter the path here. I've got to fly to Arathi, which is where I'm about to go anyway, so it's not that big a deal. But I'll have to do some of the Arathi quests as I run east to west back to South Shore, since I unfortunately forgot to reset my hearth to South Shore. Actually, come to think of it, it might have actually been better to have my hearth still... Well, I guess it doesn't really matter. Basically, the only downside is that I didn't pick up the flight path over in South Shore. I was about to come turn this quest in anyways, and then look for that patrolling Horde Forsaken courier on this path. So pretty much the only difference is we'll be going east to west instead of west to east, coming into Arathi. So not too much of a time loss on that mistake.
What's on your mind?
Can I help you? What can I do for you?
Now, this quest might actually be a bit annoying on a druid. The follow-up to this quest, you have to kill the courier, and she has 4 adds with her. On Shaman, it wasn't a big deal, because you could do burst damage on Shaman, and you can use Earthbind to slow the adds. So it's pretty easy to just kill the courier and run. Druid, you don't really have a ton of burst damage, and I don't have an AoE slow. So separating her from the 4 adds is gonna be kind of difficult.
Hello.
See if my druid's feeling lucky on finding her. This quest likes to troll me. Most of the time where I tried to do this on my shaman, I would end up spending way too much time actually looking for the courier. I would always like just barely miss her and just like end up wandering up and down this whole path looking for her. Okay, so I can go back to South Shore now to turn in all those quests, and then I'll just follow the courier's path on the way over there. Hopefully run into her at some point. Technically, I could get unlucky, and she might be like right here or something, for example, at the very end of her route. In which case, I wouldn't even be able to find her, and she would eventually respawn back here. And hopefully that is not the case. This quest definitely doesn't feel super efficient if you look at this one quest alone, because it can sometimes take you a really long time to find her. But there's more quests in the chain, and they all give a ton of experience, and there's a really good quest reward from it too. Even though this part of the quest chain is kind of shitty, overall it's still good. I'm gonna skip over this quest for now, just to try to find the courier as I'm going back over. If I can't find her and I end up having to wait for her to respawn, then I guess I can finish this quest off while I'm waiting. I wonder why Questy thinks I can get the quest item out of this cave. Oops, starting to get that sinking feeling we might have got maximum unlucky here. And she might have been right at the end of her route when I started looking for her. Oh! There's hope yet. And now the question is, can I actually kill this thing on a druid before he gets up to Terran Mill? Okay, how do I want to approach this? Well, first off, I guess we can try separating her by... but I'm not sure if her bodyguards ever actually leash or they just follow her forever. It's looking like the latter. Okay, I guess we're just gonna have to try to face tank her and bear and hopefully kill her here before the guards take me down. Okay. Escaping will be another story. Okay, that wasn't so bad. The Schrodinger reference was extra appropriate as I'm running around as a cat.
I supply only the finest goods. See you later.
What can I do for you? Go with honor, friend. King's honor, friend.
You need something? Safe travels.
Yeah, big love upgrade.
May the light embrace you.
Can I help you?
Hey there. See you around. Good day to you.
Wait a second.
Safe travels.
Hey, what's up, Leggy? Glad you liked it. I'll be streaming pretty regularly again. I took a break for a while, but once I actually start a speedrun, then I tend to stream most days, and usually not have more than like a 1-day break in there. So we should be on a pretty reliable streaming schedule up to 70, if nothing disastrous IRL happens. Okay, where am I going here? That's right, okay. Back to Arathi. Alright, now the question is... Actually not even sure if it's... Yeah, it's probably faster for me to just run over here in travel form than to take the flight path all the way over here and then double back. I guess we're just hoofing it on back. We got a bunch of quests up for this area now, and we'll be picking up even more over the next few levels, but we're not actually going to do those till later on in the 30s. Okay, so the goal here, which should be no problem, is I only have a couple quests left to finish in Arathi. That should get me 34. And then I can start just flying south and turning in all of these random-ass quests I have in these different towns as I fly south towards Duskwood and STV. We can actually train Druid skills in Stormwind at 34. And we'll be doing the like the STV into Dustwallow transition. I'm trying kind of a weird path in Dustwallow this time. It's definitely not the same one my shaman used, and it may backfire a little bit. We'll have to see. I'm trying to do some of the higher level quests in Dustwallow, like at a pretty early level, like around 35 or so, because some of them give really good quest rewards that I want to get on my druid. For example, one of them gives a helm that has 14 agility, whereas this helm has 0 DPS stats. One of them gives a neck with DPS stats. There's a lot of just item upgrades in general from Dustwallow, so try to do those quests earlier than usual. But it will mean that at times I'm fighting things a couple levels above me, so it'll be a little risky. And then one of the other adjustments compared to my Shaman Path would be just because I don't have to do that ogre grind for the sickle axe. I can kind of change up the order that I do some of the stuff in the early 40s. This time around, I'm gonna try going to Swamposaurus at like level 42 instead of 40. I'll still get full XP for all the quests there. But by the time I'm 42, I should be strong enough to pretty much just roll through that zone real fast. Oh, we got a Blood Elf Paladin here. Honestly, I should be doing these mobs as AoE bear pulls. Just dual wield, so thorns will do a lot of work. I am a little bit worried, though, that if I do a big pull, that paladin will just like come over and one-shot me when I'm low health. Try to get some of these mercenary spawns before the paladin ends up taking them. Try to get all 6 of these kills here before I end up having to wait on respawns. Ooh, there's the rare spawns in there. Yeah, I can never pass up a rare spawn or a treasure chest. So you can actually. It's actually not too uncommon to get some pretty nice upgrades out of treasure chests and rare spawns and stuff when you're playing solo self-found. Not really sure why I was in combat there. It wouldn't let me go into stealth. What a jackpot, we got a chest and a rare spawn in the same spot. Oh shit! Hardly impressive stats on this necklace, but I mean, any stats is better than 0 stats, up until we get that strength necklace in Dustwalla. Yeah, the game's really trying to give me those caster stats this time around. Trying to trick me into going boomkin. But I guess I can slightly up the amount of AoE bear poles I do with all these like extra mana. Speaking of, it appears that paladin is not going to attack me, so. Let's see. Well, I have to return to Refugee Point anyways after I do this last part of the new plague chain. I suppose there's no real reason for me to drop in there and turn this in now. Just turn in everything later. Went very slightly out of the way just to get those explorations as we go over here. Snag an extra 500 XP or so. That probably only took like an extra 5 or 10 seconds.
Need help? Be careful.
I am honored. Good luck, friend. Hello.
Thank you, thank you. This quest here should be pretty much the last things we have to fight before I go on the mass turn-in spree. So I won't be fighting too much stuff without getting the level 34 druid skills first. NPC is a little bit finicky about what she attacks, so sometimes this escort can get a little hard just because you end up fighting like 5 mobs at once. As she just like randomly aggroes things or decides to walk past a group into another group. But unlike most escorts, she is super tanky, so it's very difficult for her to die. Resist, resist, resist. I've gotten into a little bit of trouble before doing this escort when she walks past this strip here. She tends to not aggro all these things on the side, but if you don't have stealth and you walk past here, you'll aggro like all 3 of these. I guess this time she's gonna aggro them. Yeah, I was about to say, this is the part where you sometimes end up fighting like 5 mobs at once. Yeah, it begins. Mainly just wanted to get the attack power debuff onto these guys.
Ishnu Allah.
Count myself lucky this guy didn't join in the fight too, I guess. Not a whole lot to do right now while she's doing her RP in there, so just kill some random peons. Think the New World MMO is going to be any good. I was kind of wondering that myself, to be honest. I haven't heard anybody. Granted, I've barely talked to anybody who's played New World at all. I don't know if they just had barely any alpha testers or what. But I haven't heard anyone say super good things about it, so I'm not really sure. Most people I heard talking about it were complaining that apparently it used to be, like a year or two ago, it used to be like a hardcore PvP game. And then at some point they changed into like a PvE game where there's no PvP servers anymore. And so people were just like kind of confused on the direction of the game. But yeah, I don't really know too much about it.
Well met.
Maybe I just like YOLO it and just play it for a few hours with zero information on the game and no idea what I'm doing. Just see how it feels. But I definitely don't like. I didn't really have any plans to play it. I kind of forgot it was coming out because it just got delayed so constantly. It's like every time you started hearing people talk about New World, it was delayed for another half year. I don't know. Did any of y'all in the chat ever play any of the like the open betas or the closed alphas or anything for New World?
Hello.
Hello. See you later.
So we'll be stopping at Iron Forge on the way down also to turn in some quest chains and stuff. I should probably unload a bunch of this cloth for later on into the bank also. It's starting to take up a lot of space. Yeah, with a system like that, it would be hard to gauge if it would be any good until you kind of get a feeling on how much delay there is on stuff. Because one of the great things about WoW is that everything is so responsive. When you play other MMOs in comparison, usually things feel like really sluggish or like you're playing in molasses or slowdown speed.
Need help?
Because everything with WoW is just like so smooth and clean and quick.
Light bless you.
So for a combat system like that to work at all, it would have to be super responsive. You wouldn't really, if it was like any sort of noticeable delay, it would feel just absolute garbage, for sure.
Light be with you. Light bless you.
Yeah, so we got those leggings from that quest chain. Ones we're talking about, those are pretty fat leggings for this level. 13 agility and some stam. Pretty huge upgrade. So that's why, despite the fact that sometimes you find yourself running around the map for like 10 or 15 minutes looking for that courier, it's definitely worth doing that chain. Because you get like 4 different quests that are all worth like 4,000 plus XP, and you get this big leg upgrade at the end of it. Kind of just doing the world tour. We've got a pretty large amount of quests to turn in. Got one chain and one standalone quest to turn in here, some stuff in Stormwind, and then as we go down into STV, there's some final steps of a quest in Dustwalla to do as well. Get some XP from. Yeah, exactly, Leggy. It's just kind of like treasure hunt through the world to find good gear pieces as you go, because they're kind of hard to come by. Plus, solo self-found is also like the standard rule set for the hardcore community. So in a few months when they do that new season of hardcore TBC, if any of you were planning on playing that, it kind of has a similar rule set where it's all solo self-found, except that you can do each dungeon once, but only if you group with other hardcore players.
What's on your mind?
Because Tactics and Kargaz are helping, like, doing the admin stuff for like the TBC hardcore. So in a couple months, or 2 or 3 months, or whenever their like new season of hardcore starts for TBC, then there's gonna be everyone's gonna start rolling hardcore characters on the same server at the same time, and there might end up being some prizes for like the first people to reach 70 on each class. Tactics was saying that's still up in the air, but that'd be pretty fun if that ends up happening, because you kind of have a mix of people doing hardcore plus racing, which is bound to lead to some hilarious stream results. Some entertaining deaths.
Well met. How are you? Great to meet you.
You swing that hammer.
What's on your mind?
How many hours to go from 69 to 70 questing in Outlands? I think, so most levels will probably take, I don't know, like 4 hours or so. It kind of depends on what quests you have left. Like, for example, if you haven't done like the southeastern portion of Netherstorm, that area has super good XP per hour. So if you still have those quests to do, you could probably go 69 to 70 in like 2 hours. Maybe a little bit more, but if you've already done those quests, it'll probably take you like closer to 4. It also totally depends on your class and your gear level and stuff like that. Like, I mean, it could be twice as fast if you're a strong class with good gear.
What brings you to Ironforge?
Yeah, I hadn't really like thought through the ramifications of being able to do dungeons. I guess for some classes it would probably be pretty important to get big weapon upgrades.
What can I do for you?
If your weapon came from a quest. Let's see.
Safe travels. No. Keep your feet on the ground.
Oh yeah, we got a Nether Storm believer here. Yeah, some of those Southern Nether Storms quests, southeast ones especially, they're so dense. There's just like a billion quests all in the same area. Oftentimes the mobs you have to kill kind of overlap for the quests. You barely have to move. You just like... Most of the quests are like, oh, go 10 yards over here and pick up something, or go kill 10 of this thing, or... There's all those quests where you kill one mob and you get a bunch of XP for delivering like a quest item back to their homes or something, and just super juicy. Yeah, although I imagine it would be pretty difficult to keep like a group of 5 people synced up, since you can only do each dungeon once. And actually, so I don't know if I don't think you're allowed to group outside of dungeons, right? I guess I don't know for sure what their rule set is on that. So I think people would kind of get desynced as they went along on the trip to 70, as, you know, certain people were leveling faster and sleep schedules got mixed up and stuff, so... It would be an advantage, but I don't feel like it would be game-breaking. Probably be pretty hard to keep like a static dungeon group together for the whole process. I mean, most of Netherstorm is good. It's just, especially the starting areas, like right around Area 52 and then the southeast island. I think as you get towards like the northern parts, the quests kind of get a little bit more spread out, and they have more like elite stuff and higher level stuff. So it's not a bad zone, but like the really juicy parts of it are on the south and the southeast side, if I recall correctly. Okay, so we got a couple quests to turn in over this area. I may as well pick up this quest too. This is a quest I had forgotten about initially on my shaman route. I never even knew this quest existed in the game, but when we go back up to Alterac in the late 30s, there's an elite mob you can kill for this quest here. And he's actually pretty easy. pretty weak as far as elite mobs go, so might as well pick up this quest whenever you get a chance to. I am probably about halfway there. Probably about to drop a couple gold on class skills.
How are you?
So I haven't trained my level 34 stuff yet, but seems like we're on pace to get the mount. I don't know, sometime in the next like 4 levels or so. One to 10. I mean, from level 40 onwards, it's definitely a 10. There are certain level ranges where it becomes a little bit of a slog as Shaman. Like early on, Shaman's really strong, and then level 40 plus Shaman is Enhancement Shaman's insanely strong, even with bad gear. But between like 20 and 30 is pretty rough. Shaman just don't... They're not very good in that level range, so 30 to 40 they're okay-ish, but not great either. So you have kind of that stretch where Shaman isn't too great, but outside of that little stretch they're very fun to level and pretty fast overall.
Well met. Be good.
I don't think Warrior sucks at all. I heard people saying the same things going into TBC. Like, people were predicting that, like, oh, Warriors are useless now, but, like, I have not seen that be the case at all. Like, there's not that many DPS Warriors around, but, like, Warrior tanks are definitely good and needed. You want some DPS Warriors in your raid. And most importantly, in PvP, warriors are still absolute monsters. Yeah, I had never played a shaman, I think, past level 30 prior to the beta for TBC, when I decided to main it and started working on the leveling path. So I've been missing out on the good times.
How may I help?
Look at this, you have to train so many things as a druid. I'm not even getting some of these other upgrades, like Healing Touch and stuff, and even so, I had to train 6 different skills there of stuff that I use, like, very frequently. So that's why, yeah, I just dropped like 5 gold on those class skills. That's why it takes a little while to get up to the mount money. Have I ever played Hearthstone? Indeed I have. In fact, there are some Twitch clips floating around for a while of getting matched up with Crip, and then Crip raging and calling me a basement dweller because I was playing like Odd Paladin or something when they were OP. And he was getting real mad. I haven't played Hearthstone since their whenever they added Demon Hunters though, which was like like a year and a half ago or something. Like, sometimes a Hearthstone expansion comes out and I'm just like, not doing anything super important, so I'll play it for a few days and try to push to Legend, and then I'll usually get bored of it pretty quick. Yeah. I have fun with the game for short stints, but not recently. So yeah, I mean, most of the hate for warriors was just based upon the fact that so many people had DPS warriors at the end of Classic because, they're like the parse kings. So obviously TBC raid compositions are not like Classic compositions. You're not going to want like 20 warriors or like half of your raid to be DPS warriors. So, there's a lot less spots for DPS warriors, but I think it's a stretch to call the class bad just because they aren't as ridiculously OP as they were in Classic. They're still very good. Alright, so we're cruising down to STV, but on the way through we can finish up this very last step in the chain here of one of the Duskwood quests. This is one of the chains that makes you go to Menethil, so we weren't able to actually complete it at the same time as all the other stuff back when we were here in the late 20s.
Greetings. Be careful.
Also, if you're a class that can't solo that elite dude that wanders around, Morbent Fell or whatever the hell his name is, Morladim or something, then you can finish that quest right now as well as you're coming through to do this other quest here at 34. Oh my god. He hits me with the crippling poison first hit right after I pop dash. Unlucky. Oh, there he is. More Ladim. Yeah, this dude. You can kill this guy level 30 on some classes. We killed him at 29 because I had that Fell Hunter pet on the last stream. But I think some classes can't kill him at 30, so now would be when you finish that quest chain, if so.
Light be with you.
A 7 agility cloak.
For the Alliance.
Don't mind if I do. Oh yeah, that's a classic one. The first hit dismount from a mob that's like 20 levels under you or something. That's a WoW classic right there. Well met, El Ciervo. What's new? Oh damn, I managed to get a 10-minute disease on me for my troubles of killing that one ghoul that was an ad. This disease is not particularly bad. Barely matters for Druid. The one that slows your attack speed by like 33% is terrible. If I had that disease on me, I might just rush right to the jungle remedies over there, try to take it off. Gotta admit, I have no idea what this is for. Oh, apparently I can't heal him. I don't think I've ever seen this event before. I have, like, no idea what is even happening here. I tried to heal that NPC, but apparently he's, like, hostile to me, so it wouldn't even let me heal him. Oh, that's when that dude like runs out of the camp later. Okay, I guess I never watched to see what actually happened to him afterwards.
What can I do for you?
Hey, what up, buddy?
Greetings.
Hey there. Can I help you? See you around.
What can I do for you?
Well met. Be careful.
King's honor, friend.
Oh shit, I forgot
Light bless you.
to dump off some of this cloth while I was in Ironforge, but there's a bank down here in Booty Bay anyways, so no big deal. Oh shit, I actually got the timing right. And by that I mean just randomly, luckily wandered into this guy doing his RP patrol. I doing the pages quest? Oh lord, no. I mean, you could actually finish the pages on Classic even without the auction house, just because you spent so much time in STV. But here in TBC, you don't spend as much time in STV, so it would be very unlikely that I would finish the pages. So I don't really even plan to try to collect them. So if you're on a server where you can find most of them on the auction house, then yeah, it's
What can I do for you?
fine to do. Yeah, for sure. I plan to just vendor the pages when I get them. Especially since we have like 8 slot bags and stuff still. Which I would upgrade to 10 slot bags, but we're trying to save gold for mount, so I don't really want to drop 2 gold on just 2 bag slots until I have mount.
King's honor, friend.
Dang, you managed to avoid STV on Classic. I must have taken some agile route work.
How are ya? You got my attention.
What can I do for you?
Greetings.
Let's see. Oh, let's put back on our 30 attack power against beasts here. Trying to remember what new ranks I even got for all this stuff. Have you ever played Path of Exile? I have a little bit. Conceptually, I actually think the game is pretty cool. Just the barrier of entry into playing it well, or the amount of time to level up, is pretty high. Usually when I played it, it was just like, because, you know, I kind of had a few free days to do some stuff. So, yeah, I like the game, I didn't get like super into it. If I wasn't playing HOTS for like 3 years straight, back then I probably would have gotten more into Path of Exile. But between scrims and practice and tournaments and stuff for HOTS, there wasn't that much time to dedicate the amount of time that you needed to a game like Path of Exile. That's kind of the same reason why I was talking about when I played Hearthstone. It was usually for just like a few days. Like occasionally you'd have, you know, a few days off from scrims and stuff and could play a game, but Path of Exile was kind of hard to get anything done if you only had a couple days. I am a fan of ARPGs though, like, you know, 20 years from now when Diablo 4 finally comes out, you know, I'll certainly be playing that game for a while on launch too. I played a lot more Diablo 3 than Path of Exile, like, partly because of that reason, where, you know, when you only have 2 or 3 days to, like, play a game every once in a while, when you have break, Diablo 3 is a pretty simple game that's easy to play, whereas Path of Exile, you know, it seems like a better, more in-depth game, but I didn't really have the time back then to get into it. Well, I'm already anticipating that Diablo 4 is just going to be an absolute disaster when it first comes out. I mean, I have very fond memories of early D3, but it's mostly just because of how silly the real money auction house was, where people would pay like absurd amounts of money for mediocre gear. So that's what I liked about Diablo 3 at the start. The game was shit. The game was like a total unbalanced, untested, poorly designed piece of garbage. But I liked the real money auction house. Yeah, around the time when the expansion came out, I think Diablo 3 actually became a much better game. But it took them a while to actually, you know, figure out a direction for the game. And I kind of expect the same thing with Diablo 4. Like, I bet the launch will not go that well, and then they'll have to kind of make some changes, and eventually the game will be good, but I'm not really expecting it to be good right off the bat if it follows the way that Diablo 3 went at all. Oh, is D2 Remastered not out yet? I thought that was out already. I guess maybe that was just the beta people were talking about. I had heard good things about it, though. Looks like Rake is... As long as I don't kill the mob within 9 seconds, it looks like Rake is temporarily worth using again now that we got a new rank. Most levels, Rake is not worth using, but for very brief periods of time after you get a new rank of it, sometimes it's okay. Oh god, don't get me started on Warcraft 3 Remastered. I think I'm on some kind of shit list at Blizzard, just because I just blasted them so hard about what a just absolute disgusting joke of a release Warcraft 3 Remastered was. I got like a lot of retweets and stuff on what I was saying, so that probably pissed a bunch of people off there, but anyone involved with that should be ashamed to their core. Yeah, that was a real early heal. Started healing himself at like 60-something%. Cause yeah, I played the early versions of Warcraft 3 Remastered at one of the BlizzCons I was at. And so, I mean, I probably don't need to tell you guys, but yeah, it was the version I played at like 2017 at BlizzCon was infinitely better than the version they actually released in 2020. It's like they put their entire budget for that game into the freaking 15-minute demo for BlizzCon, and then they just like outsourced the rest of the game to some freaking, like, I don't know. I can't even think of an appropriate insult for anyone who's that bad at making games, but I mean, shit, remastered, it felt like basically their advertising for remastered felt like it should have been like almost criminal, like the amount of lying that went into the stuff that was in the game. Like, never seen a more misleading, completely intentionally untruthful advertising campaign as what Warcraft 3 Remastered had. Yeah, I mean, how do you take features that work for 17 years, break them, tell the community you're going to fix them right away, and then a year and a half later they still don't work? Like, isn't that embarrassing? No, don't get that heal off. Yeah, I actually had my my own slight issue getting a refund on that too, because so I mean I was pretty hyped for the remaster because like I said, the version I played at BlizzCon was actually like pretty. Really, that heal got off was pretty good. You know, and I played Warcraft 3 back in the day. So, you know, when it came out and I played it for the day, like, obviously it was just total absolute dog shit. So I tried to get a refund for it naturally, much like everybody else. However, they denied my refund because they said I had played too much. They denied my refund on day one of release because I had played too much. Such a scam. I eventually got it, like, days later, after I made a big fuss about it, but just everything about that release was so scammy. Oh yeah, I mean I've definitely had my history with getting screwed over with the kind of the new people in charge of Blizzard. You know, see the end of the HGC Pro League for a prime example of that. But yeah, Warcraft 3, even with my somewhat lowered expectations of Blizzard in this day and age, you know, Warcraft 3 Remastered was still a surprise at just like how badly that got messed up. Did the right thing by pushing for a refund. Oh yeah, I mean, it was like the principle of the thing at that point. I was probably gonna spend like the rest of my days fighting over a $40 refund, just because I just was so disgusted with the product. Oh, I'm a tiny cat. A treasure chest, but it's a 4-pull with 3 healers. I don't know if I'm feeling that. These things are such trolls. They just start healing themselves at like 70% life. I have a lot of these medicine men spawns. Way more than the jungle fighters right now for some reason. So I'm gonna kind of have to just like clear out the excess ones to try to get more fighters to spawn. Oh, never mind. Here's a good pull of them. Okay, let me clear the... They're like 3 levels behind the shaman. Yeah, that's... I see why my 1 to 60 estimates were not nearly as optimistic as my shaman times. It's like, yeah, trying to get under 3 days as a druid. So I guess I'm probably somewhere in the, like, what, 3 to 4 hour range behind the shaman's time, but honestly, most of that is from the 1 to 20, I think. I think by the time I hit 20, I was probably, like, 2 hours plus behind the shaman time. So that's probably been a lot closer in leveling speed since that point. There's like 3 medicine men for every 1 jungle fighter out here, except for that one little house I found that had 3. Not that I mind getting a few extra jungle remedies, though. Probably useful to carry around some of those. Just annoying to have to go through like 2 health bars, because these things almost always get a heal off. And it's like their entire health bar. Oh yeah, this is the reason I intentionally finished the first part of the tiger chain before the panther part. It's because over here there's a bunch of these second tier tigers. You can get a bunch of kills at the same time while you're doing these jungle quests. still blame Diablo Immortal and that terrible reveal for killing the Heroes of the Storm Pro League. Yeah, I don't have like direct proof or anything, but they definitely did their massive budget cuts in response to the Blizzard stock tanking after the Diablo Immortal reveal. So in a way, it killed the Heroes of the Storm Pro scene. Well, I mean, I can't really disagree with that statement, but I don't think it's really at odds with my statement. It's like, so when they came to the point where they needed to budget cut a bunch of stuff that didn't have like a positive financial return, then Heroes of the Storm was one of the things that got cut. Probably because of what Zalia said, is that it didn't have much of like a monetary return on investment, but they only got to the point where they needed to cut a bunch of stuff because their stock price absolutely tanked after the Diablo Immortal reveal. Why do I level a druid? Mostly for fun. I haven't done any speed leveling stuff since TBC started, and now I've got a bunch more free time because my main character is pretty much geared up, other than doing arena and like 1 day of raids each week. I might play this at max level at some point. I don't have any particular plans for it right now, but I level it here on a PvP server so that if I do end up wanting to play this for arena or for some other purpose, then I can transfer it to a whatever PvP server I know people on that are actively playing. Yeah, I suppose it would be difficult to convince a lot of people that the first 20 levels of Druid could ever be considered fun. I was thinking about doing a triple pull there, but I only need 2 more kills on these. This turn-in is like way deep in the cave, so we won't go actually turn in that part of the quest until until we're doing one of the quests that sends us way in there.
Can I help you?
Is this any good? So this weapon here, I've actually kind of reconsidered some of the stuff I was saying about Shaman offhand weapons before. I know somebody in chat, when I was leveling Shaman, they actually mentioned this weapon specifically as something you could maybe use as like an offhand. So I'm a little more curious now if so right at level 41, for example, on my Shaman I was using the Blackwater Hammer main hand and then the Blackwater Hammer offhand and the Vendor Axe main hand. And I was figuring out the Vendor Axe has like 50% more DPS than this Gorilla Cleaver, so it's probably still a bit better, but I'm actually not.
What can I
I
do?
think at this point,
Well met.
I don't even really know if that's true. I think the Blackwater Mace main hand and this Gorilla Cleaver, like in the offhand with double Wind Fury, might actually be a better setup than that Vendor Axe in the main hand at 41. Just because the speed is so bad on the Vendor Axe. Kind of hard to know for sure, but... I mean, it's still possible that I might do a shaman run for like the hardcore thing, because I haven't done like a full 1 to 70 shaman or anything, right? But I think I'm probably more likely to do a 1 to 70 on the horde side as shaman before going back to the alliance side, just because I kind of did that one so recently. But maybe someday. Maybe if there actually ends up being like competition on one of those speedrun sites for 1 to 20 runs or 1 to 70 runs or whatever. But I don't really expect that so soon after TBC launch. Speedrunning probably won't be all that popular this close to a launch when everybody's still working on their mains, up until they start giving more details about potentially fresh servers in the future, or until the hardcore reset on that one server happens and everybody starts leveling from scratch with hardcore characters. At that point, then there'll probably be a lot more interest overall in speedrunning. Yeah, like on my 1 to 60 shaman run, I used the Axe of Forlorn Spirits, or the Crescent of Forlorn Spirits. At level 40, I used that in my offhand with Flame Tongue. But it does kind of suck losing out on the they lose out on 16% Wind Fury proc chance when you don't have Wind Fury on both weapons, so still not sure if that's even the right move, or I should just use some random-ass axe like this in the offhand and double Wind Fury it, even though it's much lower DPS. So my expectations for this class is somewhere between 2.5 days and 3 days of playtime for 1 to 60. Like, for example, my Shaman's 1 to 60 time during the pre-patch was 2.5 days. But this Druid is definitely going slower than my Shaman did. It's like 3 or 4 levels behind my Shaman's pace right now. And it's just slower at leveling in general than Shaman, so it will probably continue to fall slightly more and more behind the pace. But I would still like to be able to hit 60 in under 3 days, so somewhere in that 2.5 to 3 day window is kind of what I'm aiming at. It's I would say Druid's on the slower side of 1 to 60, but I think 60 to 70, if you're doing like solo self-found style, they're actually like pretty decent for that. So in the later levels, I expect Druid to kind of catch up a bit overall compared to kind of how other classes speedruns go. Druids are just insanely weak early on, and then they just get progressively stronger as the leveling process goes on. Yeah, Mangle will be a big one. Have you made mistakes? Oh, definitely made mistakes. I don't. The thing with WoW speedruns is that unless you're doing like 1 to 10s or something, it's like pretty much impossible to not make multiple mistakes. So like a lot of the, I guess, skill of speedrunning in these longer speedruns for WoW is adjusting to mistakes you make. Because, like, you're gonna set your hearth to the wrong place, or, like, you know, just mess up some quest or whatever, and sometimes you have to change the order you do things based on weird happenstances, so there's definitely been mistakes, but there hasn't been enough mistakes that I don't think this Druid run could be faster than the run that my Shaman did by this point. So there's like not enough mistakes to make up for that difference. It's always going to be slower, but it could be slightly less slower if I played it better. Oh yeah, the spiked collar, shit. I'm looking for that every time now. So I looked into that a little more because I had actually never seen that spiked collar before. I didn't even know that item existed in the game, and it turns out that I had killed that guy a few times before. So seeing the rare spawn that dropped that wasn't anything new. It's just that all the previous times I had killed him, through just like pure RNG, he happened to drop that really shitty cloak. He's got like an 80% chance to drop the pet and a 20% chance to drop like the worst cloak in the game. And every time I killed him, I got the 20% cloak. So I had never seen that pet up until this run. Okay, I missed that guy too. He was a DPS machine compared to my 20-something druid. This one's, not 100% sure which is better between Heart of the Wild and Survival of the Fittest. I think you get them both eventually, but, 2% attack power in cat is pretty underwhelming, to be honest. What is my cat attack power right now? Like 300, so 6 attack power per talent. Paired with the stat boost would basically give me the equivalent of that and also less chance to be crit. I think I'm gonna try going this one this time. Just because I am doing a decent amount of like triple pulls with bear, where I get down to pretty low life, so not being able to get crit is actually kind of nice for those. Definitely not sure which of these is 100% better, but they're both pretty low impact talents for right now. This is one of the slight unfortunate things to being Alliance over Horde, is that you kind of just have to do this long-ass run down to Booty Bay. On the Horde side, you'll probably have this flight path already from like Zeppelins or coming over here from Ratchet or something. But not that big a deal. It takes like 4 minutes to run down here or something. I'm not gonna... On my Shaman, I do a large chunk of STV, kind of all at the same time here. I'm actually gonna do a lot less of STV here right off the bat. I'm gonna go over to Dust Wallow a little bit earlier on the Druid. Try to do that thing I was talking about where I try to finish some of those higher level quests in Dust Wallow. Mainly to get gear upgrades, because there's a lot of really good gear upgrades for Druid in that place. Oh, goodbye, travel form.
What's up?
The boots you get from that quest line are still really good, so I'm gonna try to start progressing it.
Time is money, friend. Keep it real. Talk to me. Glad I could help.
I got what you need. Be good.
Time is money, friend.
Yeah, what do you want?
Keep it real. What's up? Hurry back! Yo! What's up? Yo!
And this guy has 4 quests.
Money, friend! Glad I could help! Talk to me! Time is money, friend! Hurry back!
Keep your nose clean in my town.
How are you? Off with you.
I'm just gonna do a few quests here. Some of the more annoying ones, like the early levels, or the early stages of the Crocodile skin, running out to the stupid island, and then we'll just hearth back to Booty Bay, head over to Dustwallow. Be right back. And some of these quests we can get rid of till later. Wait a second. Alright, what quest did I just abandon? Oh, it was just slow and updating over here. Okay, I was afraid I abandoned the wrong quest for a sec, but it's fine.
Need something? Good day to you. Have a good one.
Yeah, that was just the random breadcrumb to him. That's only worth like 600, but I already got lucky earlier on, where I was able to pick up the quest that leads to this one. Which, yeah, sometimes you have to wait a while for him to patrol out for that chain. Oh, that was a lot easier. I think my shaman run I had to kill like 24 of those things before I got the 2 skins.
Light be with you.
No, I was pretty much done with HOTS as soon as the HGC ended. I had some offers to coach some teams in the CCL, but I guess I don't know. I just didn't really feel like getting back into it. I think I'm done trying to finish this quest too. Kuzrun's Mystery. It's just seems like way too much of a pain in the ass for one quest completion. The amount of mobs you have to go through and to loot all those tablets and stuff. Okay, that'll progress some of the Booty Bay chains. Then we'll do most of the grind quest in Booty Bay, or in STV, after I get the gear upgrades from Dust Wallow and Arathi. Just assuming I'm not too low of a level to get those.
What's up? Keep it real.
Yo, be good. Hey, how you doing?
Not quite sure if I have enough room for all the Dust Wallow quests, but just drop a couple of these and then pick them up later, like the Panther and Tiger Mastery ones, if need be. Be right back. Oh, did the bell just blast people again?
Yo! Glad I could help.
I tried to tell him during beta that boat sound was way too loud. It's actually they toned it down a bit, but not enough. It's still like double the volume of other sounds. I guess they wanted to make it loud enough that you could hear it if you were far away, and the reasonable solution would just be to make it so that the volume didn't scale up the closer you were to it. There's no reason for it to be like 5 times as loud when you're on the boat. My mic or headset? Oh. I'm not sure what happened with it then. Maybe I just forgot to mute it before taking it off and banged it on the desk or something. If so, my bad.
I do for you? Hey there.
What can I do for you? You need something?
I'm not sure if these things ever actually leash. I'm kind of curious.
See you later.
Nope, I guess they do. Although I guess it doesn't give me credit for the quest if I don't kill him. It sounded like a... sounded like a can opening. I did open a can of cat food, but it was like on the other side of the room. I'd be pretty impressed if that was what blasted everybody.
Hey there. Have a good one. Hello. See you around. Good day to you.
So the helm with 14 agility and some stamina. It's at the end of this super long chain that deals with the deserters. You have to finish that whole quest line before you can get it.
You need something?
Some of the steps of that quest line are like level 38, but let's see if we can do them now and just get the upgrades. Yeah, I'm actually slightly higher level right now than I thought I'd be. I thought I'd be right around the start of 35. Oh, my stealth mission failed. So I guess this might not be as difficult as I was expecting. I thought some of the later steps of that long-ass quest chain would be hard at the end, but I might be 36 by then. a bunch of other random quests we're gonna try to do for gear upgrades also, like the that quest in the water that leads to you fighting that giant sea creature here on the docks. Some stuff that has some pretty good feral gear.
Hello. See you later.
Hey there. See you later. You need something? Can I help you? Hey there. For the Alliance. What can I do for you? Greetings. Be careful.
I think I hit all 6 of them. Just gotta wait for these dudes to stop chuckling.
You need something?
There it is.
Good day to you.
I'm on a low pot PvP server. Which is, I suppose it doesn't matter if I... It's Arcanite Reaper on the US West. I just prefer to level on PvP servers so that I can transfer to whatever server I want in the future. And there's some that are pretty low population, so you don't really get ganked much at all. I would not want to try to do a speed run on the PvP servers I play on normally. They are massively overpopulated. Oh. Spacing out, I've got this seal form. Definitely not killing these things super fast because they're 2 levels above me. But my thirst for decent gear leading me to break my usual rules of doing quests that are below me instead of above me. Oh my god, I'm just trying to wait for this guy's RP to finish, but actually not sure I do. I might just be able to run out as soon as he goes green. Oh, another nice benefit of Druid is that you can get around in Feralus pretty easily in the Alliance questing areas. So that's another one. If you don't have any sort of water travel, that zone's a lot less good as Alliance.
Salutations!
I wonder if I can AoE these. They are kind of high level, so let's just start with 2 and see how it goes. Oh yeah, since I'm closer to 36 than expected, I guess I'm not really sure I'm close to any Druid Trainer, and my Hearth is down though. I guess I could teleport Moonglade and just fly back down here. It'd probably be a pretty long flight, like 5 minutes or something, but maybe that's the best way. Or just wait for this to come up again, I guess. Normally I wouldn't worry about it too much, missing out on training by a little bit, but the level 36 class skills are pretty important. The cat cheap shot. Oh my god, finally.
My, you're a tall one.
I'm trying to think. Is there actually a Druid Trainer anywhere on this continent other than way up here in these areas?
What can I do for you?
How are you? Have a good one.
Looking for something specific? Safe travel.
These boots are pretty good. Not quite as good as the ones from finishing out the Crocolisk line in Booty Bay, but a lot better than what I was using. Oh, in Felwood, huh?
What can I do for you?
Hey there.
Oh, there is one in Feathermoon? Interesting. I was gonna go... After I did these quests here, I was gonna run down and pick up the flight path right here anyways, which is like right on the border of Feralus for later. So, maybe I just freaking run over to Feathermoon Island at the same time while I'm in the area.
Hey there.
I kind of want to leave this hearth in Booty Bay so that when I'm done with this first initial circuit of quests here, that I can go to the water quest in Arathi as early as possible, finish the one for the mace upgrade, and then just like the hearth back to Booty Bay and keep questing.
What can I do for you?
Well met. Go with honor, friend.
there. Good day to you. You need
help?
something?
Be careful.
Mace upgrade should be this stream. I was planning on going there at like mid 36 or something. Looks like I'm a little bit ahead on XP from where I intended to be, so it might be closer to 37. Which is usually quite a bit earlier than I do that water quest, but Mace is a pretty big upgrade. I kind of want to try to get it early. It's the Servomatic Sledgehammer from the water quest in Arathi. It got changed in TBC, so it's now, in my opinion, basically the best in slot Druid leveling weapon up until Outlands. So it'll last you 20 plus levels. They changed the weapon. Instead of +7 two-handed mace skill, it now has expertise rating, which works in feral forms. And it's a hell of a lot better than any other stats from weapons you're going to get while leveling up. Maybe this was not a good idea to AoE these things, since they have curses and channeled abilities. Or did you read about it? I didn't read. Well, I guess I read about it on Wowhead. Basically, I was looking for stuff with expertise for my shaman, just because like expertise was so hard to come by. So I was like, what items in the game even have expertise? There's like barely any. And so I noticed that there was like one weapon that randomly had expertise before Outlands. And I was like, huh, that's interesting. So I just remembered it for later. So technically that mace is usable by a lot of classes, from like 36 to 40 or so. But only if you already have two-handed mace skill. It's not going to be like worth leveling up a new weapon from scratch just for a few levels. Like if I was playing a warrior and had two-handed maces, you know, kind of leveled up, I'd probably use that sledgehammer up until 40. Obviously, once you get Mortal Strike, you don't want to use a super fast weapon. The sledgehammer is way too fast for most classes, but if you're talking, you know, before classes get their instant attacks, it's not that bad using a fast weapon. As far as I know, there's like no easy way to see which dungeon items or which quest items got buffed in TBC. So the ones I know about are pretty much either from people telling me just playing the game and noticing, or looking up stuff on Wowhead and like seeing something that's different than it used to be.
Hello. See you around.
Well met.
How come I can gather herbs in flight form? I can't pick these herbs for the quest. No, the quest that follows this one is another one of the numerous quests here in Dustwallow that we're doing that they give a pretty significant item upgrade. Which is why I'm progressing this chain right now. Oh, he got me right before I channeled it. Oh, whoops. So that first Moonfire got resisted. I didn't have enough mana to go back into cat form. I guess that works. kitty. What are you doing? There's a cat on my keyboard.
Need help? Go with honor, friend.
This quest has been one of the notorious ones that tends to bug out very frequently. Pretty much half the time I place this torch down, nothing happens. Oh, looks like it's working. This torch has like a 2-minute cooldown also. Sometimes I've tried to do this quest and it takes me like 6 minutes before the thing actually spawns.
Greetings. Light bless you.
Pretty solid belt, 9 agility, 5 stamina. Okay, we're finally getting around to finishing the missing diplomat chain. We did most of that chain at the end of Duskwood, around like 29 and 30. You definitely can finish this chain earlier if you want to. If you really need a burst of XP, or you really want the ring from it, it's pretty easy to finish this even a few levels earlier. I thought these sentries were supposed to help me at the start.
King's honor, friend. Be careful.
All I ever wanted was to study.
So I gave a huge chunk of XP, decent ways into 36. So yeah, I think I'll pick up Hungry, I'll pick up these quests here, because that's going to progress the main storyline that will eventually lead to me getting the helm that I want. I can only half see a cat just like jumping into my face here for some reason. What are you doing, kitty? Nope, I think I'm running into a horde town here. Okay, changing course. Okay, I think the play is still to run down here and get the flight path. After that, I was just going to fly back to Dustwallow, but I think I just port back to Moonglade at that point. Just train level 36 skills, and then I'm taking a long flight path back either way. So I just take it from there. What's that? Nope. That cat purring loudly enough to get picked up. Oh, now it's biting me. You are a fickle creature, cat. Hopefully Cat doesn't jump onto my keyboard right as I get to these lifts over here and send me tumbling to my death. This is definitely a long-ass run to get down here, but you have to make this journey at some point, so... You have to grab this flight path and then the one over at Tannerus. So since you need both of them, you kind of have to just... You have to pick one of them to walk to. You know, while you're in the area. Otherwise, you have to double back super hard later. Where you, like, go pick one up and then go all the way over and pick the other one up. So it just kind of makes sense to do it while we're pretty close to it anyway, over here picking up stuff at the Shady Rest Inn. But of course, that's only if you plan on doing Feralus. I like Feralus, but I know seems to be a decent amount of people that don't like Feralus on the Alliance side, which I guess I understand, because it's kind of annoying having to go to that island. The key is to not wait for the boat. It's like pretty much faster to just swim back and forth across the island than to wait for the boat to come. Dead Dwarf? I didn't pick up a quest. Is there a quest I should have picked up? Or are you talking about the tier quest where you go inside that fortress and loot that thing? Or is that something else? Maybe it's, do you know what level that quest is? Maybe it's too low or too high for Questy to show. But, I'm interested in hearing what quest it is, because I didn't even know there was a quest from a dead dwarf around there. I've never really found myself in that area on the Alliance side at a lower level.
Peace be with you. Good luck.
My gold is not going up very rapidly because every 2 levels are like dumping 5 gold into training. So at least it was only 4 skills this time instead of 6. But definitely every single one of these skills is pretty good. Tiger's Fury is very situational, but occasionally has its uses.
How may I help? Del Nadris.
Alright. This is a pretty long flight path back, but the flight path back from the one I got in Feralus was going to be long anyways, so either way I was going to be facing a pretty long flight path. I'll just make it slightly longer so I can pick up all my skills right now. Let me take a look at this quest here. Let's see. What's a level 34 quest? It looks like I definitely should have picked this up. Since I'm pretty much going right where you deliver it anyway, right? I didn't know this quest existed. I didn't even see it on Questy, and I've never picked it up before. Okay, I would say that, yeah, no, you're absolutely correct, though. That, considering where I'm going anyway, there's no real reason not to do that quest. I'll, keep a lookout for that in the future. But the real question is, why was Questy not showing that? Yeah, it's weird. It doesn't exist on Questy, and I didn't know about it. Oh, I see the problem. I see the problem. For some reason, in TBC, the level of this quest changed drastically. In Classic, it's a level 34 quest. In TBC, for some reason, it's a level 27 quest, even though it still sends you into Fairless. So it's 9 levels under my level at this point. That's probably why Questy's not showing it. I certainly can't think of a good reason why they reduced the level of the quest by so much, but according to Wowhead, that's what's going on there. Yep, sounds like a pretty good theory, Chewed Pencil. Yeah, I'm in general, I'm pretty unfamiliar with Alliance side dungeon quests, since the only time I really played Alliance is when I was solo leveling. I've definitely played way more on the Horde side overall. But, oh, I guess, unfortunately, there's no free experience to be gained out of that then. If it was still the old level of the quest, it would be pretty much perfect, but pretty much get no experience for it now at this point, too overleveled in TBC. Let me grab a drink here, be right back. Okay, I have to rearrange my cat bars here once I'm actually on the ground. My typical rotation, just killing mobs one by one, is going to be quite a bit different now with level 36 skills. So we got the cat pounce. It puts the stun and the bleed on the people. That lets me use the shred backstab a little more frequently since the mob's stunned. And also a new rank of rip. So even with just like 3 combo points, our dot finisher is actually pretty decent damage. So you can kind of put some bleeds on the mob, and then you can it'll usually die from like 30%. You can either just pool energy from that point, or like run on to the next mob while the other one's bleeding out.
Can I help you? Have a good one.
I see that quest in there leads into the place we were going to go anyways, so better to turn that one in first. Still taking wrong turns in these Alliance strongholds.
What can I do for you or the Alliance? Be careful, well met. Greetings. Light bless you.
Greetings.
What's up, Falcon? Yeah, I saw that too, Buckshot. And I'm not... They made a typo somewhere. So I'm not sure if they got the date wrong or like the day of the week. Wait a second. Did I miss a quest up here? I guess I did. It said like Tuesday the 14th on the launcher. And I think Tuesday was the 13th. I don't know. Something about the date on the launcher was messed up.
Light be with you.
I remember reading that and thinking that something was off. So I'm not sure if the servers are going down again at 7 or if they were just talking about yesterday's normal maintenance and they just posted the wrong text. So it's pretty much like this couple level stretch we're in right now is when Druid kind of starts to take off. Where we're getting better gear from the quests here, and we're about to get the weapon upgrade out of Arathi. Plus we just got some pretty important Druid skills at 36.
Pleased to meet you.
So over the next... It's been, pretty slow up till this point, but it's not going to be as big a spike as like the Shaman spike, for example. But we're pretty much hitting our power spike right about now. Once we have a few more pieces of gear, things will start going really smoothly. And then Druid will just get stronger as they level, as they get a lot of tools as they go. So if I play this tune for any length of time at 70, if I'm doing any PvP, it's going to be as resto. I got kind of interested in playing some other healers now that my my shaman ended up being resto for arena.
What can I do for you?
It's right now I don't have any particular plans for the druid. So if any of the people I'm playing with, if like any of our comps want a druid for something or need an off tank, then like maybe I'll transfer it over there. But I don't really have like a set plan in mind for this character yet. No, I'm like a mix of Ellie and resto, depending on what the raid needs. 'Cause I ended up having to go resto for like arena purposes, and because we needed some more healers, and just the gear overlaps between Elemento and resto were pretty big, so I just kind of ended up not really using enhance at all for now. Perhaps in the future I'll return to the ways, but probably not this phase. Wait a second, I'm trolling. Okay, yeah, I'm supposed to like cut down through the water here, not go out this way. Yeah, so I'm like half Ellie, half resto, depending on, you know, what our raid needs for that particular week, because there's a lot of different people depending on, you know, I don't know, people come and go. But in arena, I've pretty much only been able to play resto so far. We just didn't really have any healers of the people I knew that were good players and you know, plan to play somewhat seriously. Or maybe seriously is a strong word, but more so than just like the 10 games a week. Yeah, Ellie's a lot more relaxing than Enhance and Heroics, that's for sure. Heroics, you're like always pulling aggro unless you have a paladin tank. Getting hit by cleaves and stuff. Ellie's just chilling in the back, doing whatever it wants.
How are you?
Not pulling threat.
You need something?
Okay, let's move these things around. Do I even put... Running out of buttons. No, this is the first character I've leveled again since the TBC launch. I am going to get into Tactics was actually talking about here in chat the other night about they're doing like a reset on the kind of the hardcore community for TBC. So on the Bloodsail Buccaneer server in like 2 or 3 months, they're basically doing a new season of hardcore for like the 1 to 70. So everybody that's doing hardcore there is gonna, you know, start from level 1 at the same time, and they might possibly end up having some prizes for like the first people to 70 of the different classes. That's still up in the air. But so when it gets closer to that starting, I'll probably start practicing for hardcore. Does not seem like my druid skills are up to the hardcore challenge as of yet. I think I've died probably, I mean, outside of intentional deaths, probably like 6 or 7 times on this run so far as druid. Not really any good way to deal with pulls that have multiple mobs where one or more of them is a caster. So just like no real way to deal with casters or healers in big pulls. Am I really just getting chain dazed here? Come on. So yeah, this would definitely not be considered normal progression through the zone. I'm trying to kind of skip ahead to finish the main Deserter quest line, which is a much higher level towards the later steps than the rest of the quests that you normally do on the first circuit of Dustwallow. But I really want that helm with 14 agility, because my helm has no DPS stats. I figure I can finish this part of the chain and then pick up the flight path down here and then just fly back. Then I'll have the flight path for later as well. Yeah, most of these... That's fucking 20-yard days there, Crocodile. So these mobs are quite a bit above me, so I'm aggroing everything in the universe. I probably should have just started cat stealthing as I got closer to this place. So I'm hoping that I can just stealth to the kind of the boss dude up here. The fact that I'm under leveled compared to this other stuff shouldn't matter that much if I don't have to fight too many of them. Oh, they appear to see me from 1,000 miles away though. Let's see. Aha. Oh, god damn it. Let's forget all my buttons are in a... Oh my god. My buttons are in a different freaking place now because I just moved everything around. It's throwing me off. does not look like it's gonna end well. Almost... Yeah, there's no way out after that guy ran away. I don't even have enough mana to switch forms. Oh well, at least we got the quest done. Okay. Well, that should be pretty doable. I just completely forgot where all my buttons were, so I didn't get my opener in cat form. So we just kind of changed everything around. Kind of gotta relearn the muscle memory of rotation again. Kind of debatable if this is worth it or not, but wanted to just kind of see how it would be to try to finish this whole chain as early as possible to get the Helm on Druid. It's probably fine, I just messed up that opener. I should be able to do that without dying in the future.
Talk to me. Keep it real.
Yeah, once we turn in these, then there's another quest, or the quest chain's going to continue kind of up here, and we'll line up with a bunch of other quests we have to do up there. I think I probably don't need Tiger's Fury on such a prominent button.
Can I help you?
King's honor, friend, or the Alliance.
Wow, that did not work at all. Usually that tether quest, it takes so long to get started. I figured I had time to run in here and turn in the quest and then finish it, but apparently not. Oh, lesson learned on that one, I guess. Guess the NPC to summon him must not respawn for a while. But we'll be back here before we end up leaving the zone anyways, so I can just finish it then. Apparently you just have to sit around and AFK at the docks for a minute before the battle gets started, otherwise you fail. If I remember correctly, there's you have to do these quests up here that deal with the Grim Totem area. Then there's like one more step where you have to go down here and do one more Grim Totem quest. Some of the mobs for that are kind of high, like level 39, but after that you're done with the chain and you get the agility helm. We'll also get the necklace upgrade while we're doing these quests up here as well, the one with the 6 strength and stamina. As soon as we get basically the last 2 pieces I'm trying to get here are the helm and the neck that will have, you know, good Feral Druid stats on them, and at that point all of our armor will actually have reasonable Feral Druid stats, and then I'll just have to get the Feral Druid weapon, and we'll you know, for the first time this run, actually have like appropriately statted pieces.
Greetings.
Assist you.
Just kind of takes until the 30s until you can find the quests that actually give quest rewards that are any good for Druid on a lot of the slots. Okay, so the opening rotation now is you can basically pounce stun into Fairy Fire into double backstab, or you can do like 1 bleed, 1 backstab. Put out a lot more damage overall. Basically, just cheap shot's really nice, and no positional requirement, so it's easier to get it off. Oh, I got the rare spawn raptor over there running around. Oops. Too busy worrying about the rotation. I forgot I actually have to capture 6 of these things, not just kill them. Unfortunately, my dots are too strong. Wow, 16 strength at level 33.
Hey there. Have a good one.
Don't love these button positions. Maybe mix this up a little more. Kind of. I mean, I have a lot of... Probably just used to it from when we were all playing as kids, but I have a lot of important stuff on my mouse, but like the way Druid stuff gets set up is kind of weird since you have so many different forms. So if I put too many abilities on like super prominent keys that only work in one form, it's a little weird. Yeah. Oh, I can easily reach up to 6, no problem. It's just having just moved around all the buttons, I just like my muscle memory isn't there for the new rotation yet because I've been playing with stuff in a different spot for like 36 levels. I just gotta kill some mobs and get used to it. Yeah, if you're coming from MOBA games, that's probably what that type of player is more used to. It's too late in the game for me to switch things up. I'm just so used to using certain keys in WoW.
Hey there. For the Alliance. You need something? What can I do for you?
Okay, there we go. Fingers are slowly starting to remember. At least these healers only heal themselves 40% instead of like 100% with their heal, like a lot of other mobs. Yeah, I didn't even see this dude. Tagging me through that tent from the other side, I guess. I was trying to ambush this thing while it was still laying down, but... Wait, did this mob just fall out of that tree? It just appeared from nowhere. Dang, I have no keys. Unlucky. Alright, well, I guess this part of the quest chain's a little bit slower when I'm like... Usually I'm a higher level when I do this part, so it's kinda slowing things down a bit, but... At least we can complete like 4 different quests at once this way. Okay, I just need Grim Totem keys and to unleash the raptors. Annoying thing about these quests is that everything you interact with just like takes you out of your feral forms. So you're constantly low on mana and low energy from having to shift in and out of forms constantly after every interaction with the quest stuff. Couldn't remember what the quest item looked like. Okay. Oh, I get dazed every hit. A quick detour over to grab these dark mist eyes here, then we can start turning all this stuff in. And then do the last step of that main line. So I ended up about a half level higher than I actually thought I was going to be here. So we're going to be 37 before I actually go to Wrathy to get that expertise mace. And this thing dodged a backstab while stunned. You are my hero, Spider. Yeah, I mean, it's what I get for fighting mobs above me in level instead of below me, but it's level 35 through, I guess, 37 is kind of a rare exception, because I'm basically just trying to gear up at this point, finishing all the quests that will give me feral stats in every slot. So, end up fighting things above my level when it normally don't do that. Alright, let's turn a bunch of stuff in. Yeah, some mobs are just cool, where they they get to block without shields. It's usually the warrior style mobs that have like high health pool, but no mana or spells. That one spider that dodged my backstab while stunned, that one, I don't know how that happened. I don't think you're supposed to be able to dodge while stunned.
Hey there. Have a good one.
Ooh, got the pendant. Alright. 2 more slots to go till we're ready to start grinding these quests.
Greetings. Be careful.
This dagger's like I can actually temporarily use this combo up until I get the 2-hand mace, which will be very, very soon, but for now I can just use that. So your weapon skill doesn't really matter as a druid. Oh yeah, this was... I guess they designed all these quests in like early 2000s where Boogie Nights was still in the social conscience. I hadn't actually noticed that before, but yeah, you're right, that's almost certainly what that's from.
How are you?
screw it. I'll just do that quest later when I come back here from Mireheads. The final go around. Oh yeah, I've got to do the Tether quest as well. Since that failed earlier by me being too far out of range or whatever. Okay, well, hopefully they actually let me try the Tether quest again.
Can I help you?
Hello. See you later.
Okay, come on, quest giver. I've never failed that Tether quest before, so I haven't actually seen if you have to do anything crazy to get the quest again. Oh, looks like he's respawned, so it should be fine.
You need something?
So you pretty much just have to like sit on your ass here for a minute while everybody RPs. And so like before I was like, oh, I'll just go turn in some quests while these guys like run around and do things. But apparently it does not have a very generous range before you fail the quest from being slightly too far away. Oh yeah, there's some good RP going on. Like a good minute at the start of this quest. This feels like inappropriate music for a boss fight. I'm just glad this hitting these cannons doesn't take me out of form. Every other quest in the universe takes me out of whatever form I'm in as soon as I interact with anything to do with a quest, but this one just lets the cheetah run around and fire missiles. Shit, reading quests. Yeah, that's what Questie's for. Yeah, go team.
What can I do for you?
Yep, so this quest actually has a good upgrade too. Normally I wouldn't have any shoulders with agility, I just happened to find these random BOE greens. So this is one of the quests on my kind of half Dust Wallow clear route that I'm doing here, just to get appropriate feral stats on every piece of gear.
Great to meet you. Safe travels.
Yeah, we're close to getting the big gear up, so we got... look at all this good stuff. Strength, agility, agility stam, agility stam, agility stam. These rings are a little meh, but it's kind of hard to find good rings. We will get one good ring later from that giant chain in the Arathi water area. It gives you a ring with like 14 stats or something. It's got strength, agility, and stam. Agility stam, nothing amazing, but it's kind of hard to get good statted bracers. This is a little bit outdated, but the hit rating is still kind of nice. And we also have this for when we're fighting beasts. 7 agility, 10 agility, some strength, and then we'll do like one more quest and we'll get the agility helm, and then I'll go directly from there to pick up the expertise mace. And at that point we'll be pretty much kitted out, or the next handful of levels should pretty much be a breeze, because our gear is, you know, for the first time this run, actually good. For the level range we're at anyways. Or it will be shortly. Yeah, someone post the kill video of that. Serpent Shrine's out, guys. A slight difference on the hitbox on their water beams is that that Tether quest, the water beam has to be like inside of your soul to actually hit you. Normally it just kind of like, even if it grazes you, it doesn't do anything. There's a lurker below. If you're like in the same zip code as his water beam, you get hit by it.
Good day to you. Hello.
King's honor, friend. Well met. Greetings.
Hey there.
Safe travels.
How are you?
Okay, so as you can see here, this is the last step in that quest to get the helm, and the mobs are pretty high level at this point. Level 39, but yeah, we've come this far. So it's definitely a little bit questionable if it's actually worth doing so many quests that are above me in level to get these gear upgrades, but I was just kind of curious how it felt. Figured I'd try a different path this time around than the one my shaman used. Upside being that once I get back to STV, I should just be absolutely murdering the mobs there, once I have all my gear upgrades. She just wind furied me with a dagger. But even though these mobs are pretty high level, we can actually finish 3 quests at once here, and pretty quick, in about like 5 minutes or so. Burning these tents is really easy. What? Why does it think I'm not behind my target? Plus this mob right here drops a quest starter that gets turned in at the same place we're turning in these other quests. So are there actually enough mobs here to kill 12 of these? Oh yeah, I guess there are. Man, that guy's got a 5-second war stomp. I'm jealous. Okay, so yeah, those mobs are kind of beefy compared to our level, but So I don't know, it took like 6-7 minutes and we just finished 3 pretty high level quests. So that's not too bad. What's up, Epis? These Dustwallow quests are just worth too much XP. My calculations on the level I would be when I was done with these chains was so wrong.
Greetings. See you around.
Good day to you. What can I do for you?
Oh shit, I forgot about this cloak too.
Safe travels.
I forgot that there is another upgrade here too. 6 strength in exchange for 1 agility, definitely worth it.
You need something? Go with honor, friend.
You need something? See you later.
Okay, we're getting super geared up here. Trying to get the exploration of stone malls I went through here, but it's not exploring for some reason, even though I'm running right through the middle of it. Can you post these VODs on your YouTube when you're done? Definitely. Yeah, good call. I'll this is the 4th stream I've done on this run, so
Time is money,
I
friend.
will start getting some of the earlier ones posted up pretty soon.
Hurry back.
Depends on the level range. So early on, even after you have cat form, your combo points don't really matter till you're a ways into the 30s. So like this talent, for example, Primal Fury, that gives you extra combo points. It's not good early on, and therefore extra crit chance from agility is not particularly useful. But from about this level onwards, crit's actually super good. And so agility starts being slightly better than strength from this point on. And strength is, I would say, considerably better than agility for like the first 30 levels or so. They're pretty close at this point. I think agility is just slightly ahead of strength. What is a level 32 warrior doing in Dustwallow? The guy is very optimistic about his killing prowess.
Need help? Go with honor, friend.
Alright, almost there. One more quest where you don't actually have to do anything, you just have to do some RP. And then I'll get the fattest helm that anyone's ever had in the 30s. I like how it doesn't consider me outside until I'm like 50 yards away from this building. Alright, so you place this wreath down, and then you like wait a minute and a bunch of random RP happens. But unlike the Tether quest, with this quest I think you can just straight up run off into the sunset and it will still complete. I don't believe it makes you stay in the area. I should be seeing a complete message here sometime soon. I'm just running back to the quest giver during the RP. Got him.
Well met.
Here we go. 14 agility, 6 stamina.
Light bless you.
Big time helm. My attack power has gone up like 100 since I came to Dustwalla. Alright, the massive gear farming spree is nearly complete. We have just one more stop to make, which is a Wrathy for the expertise mace, and then we will return to just hard grinding quests now that we're super geared up. Oh, come on, boat. Don't do me like that. Dared to dream that I could somehow clip through the boat wall or something. What? Why am I getting this error where it claims I'm not behind my target when I'm trying to shred? Happened on that one mob in the Grim Totem area also. Definitely behind my target. Right. Unfortunate timing on that boat. Not really much else to do, but just kill a handful of these random mobs while we wait for it to come back. I don't have any particular plans for the Druid at endgame yet. I'm basically just gonna have a 70 Druid on this PvP server that I can transfer to play with, you know, whoever I feel like in the future. Most people I know I play on PvP servers, so that's why I level stuff on low pot PvP servers, so that I can transfer there. I'm thinking about trying Resto Druid for PvP, just to kind of see how some of the top tier healers work in Arena. Or if, you know, my guild needs an off tank for something, for whatever reason, then I might transfer it over there, but I don't have any particular plans right now. Just kind of gonna wait and see if next time I feel like I'm in need of a druid, then I'll have this one ready. My main's a shaman on white main. It's pretty much set. Like at this point, it doesn't need anything other than to raid log and arena log. So I'll play arena whenever people are around to play arena. You know, we'll get our few hours of raiding in a week, but for this phase, my shaman's pretty much set. So now I have a bunch of free time to do speed runs and level alts and stuff like that. Yeah, it's Resto. It's just I normally don't play healers, and I never played healers in Arena prior to this. It was supposed to be enhancement, but I kind of had to switch because there was a huge shortage of healers, not just in our guild, but just in our server, especially of shamans.
Hello. Safe travels.
And the people that I'm playing with, you know, that I know personally, that wanted to play arena, we had like 0 healers between everybody, so I kind of just ended up biting the bullet and going resto, even though I'm not typically a healer player, so I've been kind of trying to learn as I go. I know there's a lot of things that druid healers do better than shaman healers, so you know, down the line it might not hurt to have multiple options for healer. Like there's certain super aggressive comps that shaman are really good in, but there's also a lot of comps where druids seem like they're much better than shamans in arena. So it'll just be nice to have the option to mess around on a different healing alt for PvP if I feel like it. However, for now I do not feel like doing the honor grind for gear again. So whenever I've gotten my stamina back for withstanding the battleground grind, at some point in the future I'll perhaps gear something up again, but it certainly won't be right away. Because even on the Alliance side, that grind is pretty brutal. Shaman healing for PvE is really good, no complaints. For single target, they have the armor buff, which is super good on, you know, fights like Nightbane and such that hit the tank really hard. If you're trying to just do overall raid healing and parse, you can just chain heal spam with all the chain heal talents. And let's see. I don't actually need any of these quests yet. Just going down to the water area. PvP is... I mean, I'm kind of new to healer, so I'm still trying to figure it out, but it's like shaman are really aggressive, so you have to you have to play them like up in the other's healer's face, trying to, you know, interrupt their stuff and knock back their casts and all that. But in terms of heal throughput, Shaman struggles a lot in Arena because they don't have instant cast heals, other than, you know, Nature Swiftness. So when you're up against better teams that aren't just going to let you stand there hard casting heals, it can be pretty difficult to get healing throughput in. So your overall healing is usually going to be a lot lower than other healers, and your mana sustain is typically lower also. But in exchange, you know, you get Bloodlust and Purge and Interrupts and stuff like that. So it's, you know, it's fun as long as you're in a good aggressive comp where everybody knows that you kind of have to get stuff done in the first half minute in a Shaman comp, otherwise you're going to be at a disadvantage. They definitely don't seem as good as Discipline Priests and Resto Druids overall, but, you know, there are some comps where Shamans are really nice. Nope. We just now reached the milestone of finally running out of these starter potions I made back at the start. Since I had to level herbalism up a little bit for that druid quest. There goes our final potion.
What can I do for you?
Time is money, friend. Need assistance? Off and away.
Here there.
Actually, I maybe should have finished like 2 more quests in Dustwallow, like 2 or 3 more, and then I could actually train my level 38 skills before returning to STV. I don't think I'm going to quite get to 38 from these quests. Oh. Thought I was ready to stun them, but I guess not.
Hi, you're a tall one.
Wait, why is there another one? There's supposed to be only 2. Oh my god. Maybe it's just because we killed them so slowly, since I'm pretty underleveled compared to these. Wait, what in the world? I've never seen more than 2 spawn on this quest before. What is going on here?
Can I help you? Hey!
Okay, what the hell?
Help?
Alright, well, that was pretty weird. I guess if you don't kill the first 2 fast enough, they just spawn forever. I was under the impression that they had changed this quest at some point so that only 2 of them spawned. I guess I was mistaken. All the other times I did it, I must have just killed the mobs fast enough that it wasn't an issue.
Greetings. Off and away.
Oh yeah, once you get Mangle, I can't think of any situation you would use Claw. So I'm with you there.
Hey there.
So I don't think I'm gonna finish all these water quests right here because I am considerably under-leveled compared to just like level 40 stuff in the boat, so I would aggro it from a long ways away at level 37. Mostly just trying to finish this gem quest for the mace upgrade, and also so I can progress the quest chain that leads to coming back here and, you know, firing the cannons at all the Naga and stuff. Since I'm about to go to STV anyway, that's where the follow-up quest to this one wants you to go. So when I do come back here to do all the rest of the quests, then I can, wow, I got aggroed from way over there, then I can just finish everything at once without having to come back later. Thought there were more of these things that weren't puppy guarded by these raiders. Most of these seem like they're kind of hard to loot without aggroing something. So I can't really complain though, because I'm super underleveled for this questing area. Oh, does it? Yeah, if you have my Discord, if you could put that in like the macros section, I'll try it out for the... Alright, I guess you can just post it here too. I'll add it to the macros section at some point. You can, anyone can access the kind of speed leveling, just general WoW Discord by exclamation point Discord from the chat as well. I do like the sound of having both travel form and the seal form on one button. That'd be useful. I have not actually. It seems like every server, even the really low pop servers, like seems like the prince is always freaking camped or has been killed somewhat recently. But I suppose there's... I'm so used to like not even having a chance to get them that I didn't even check them yet on this run. Let me see. A macro somewhere that would target something and then put like a skull on it. Actually, a pretty useful macro whenever you're looking for a quest mob or something and there's a bunch of stuff around. I'll target it as long as it's within range and then put a raid marker on it. Yeah, it doesn't really work past level 60 anymore, or it has like a super low chance to work. It's actually kind of funny, when TBC first came out, they made it so Title Charm had a higher chance to resist, but if it resisted, it didn't use the cooldown. So people could just make a macro that was basically like cast Title Charm, you know, like 40 times, and it would eventually land the stun. Even though it wasn't supposed to work on people over 60. But I assume they fixed that for Classic. Who really knows? What the hell is going on here? Am I lagging or what? Huh, that's weird. I wouldn't let me get into cat form. But one of the guys I PvP with was saying that he faced a team of 3 Palm Pyro mages that all had their PvP shoulders. #1 skill comp apparently was crushing everybody in 3s. No, I'm doing this run solo self-found. Otherwise I would. So I mean, if other people are leveling a druid and you're not, you know, like using the restricted rules or practicing for hardcore or something, then I definitely advise that you use the Wolf's Head Helm if you can afford to buy yourself one while leveling a druid. You can pretty much equip it at level 40 and then just forget about that slot until Wrath of the Lich King. I mean, it's such a good helm that I actually briefly looked into how long it would take to level leatherworking and skinning to make one for myself while leveling, but I decided that it would have been way too long to be worth the time save for the rest of the leveling process. Okay, cool. I'll try it out on the next stream, or if I mess around on a druid next time when I'm not about to fall asleep. Like, kind of closing in on now. But I do want to get some questing done with all these gear upgrades that we're getting, so I'm gonna do some of STV first before I hit the hay. So we finally just now are turning in the last quest to get the last piece of gear that I need before I'm just going hardcore quest grinding. These last couple levels were more about gearing up than like 100% efficiently getting as much XP per hour as you can. But should be worth it in the long run. So this mace right here is best in slot till outlands for druid leveling.
You have a great day now.
I'll show you guys expertise rating by 17. So this equates to 12 expertise right now at this level, which reduces dodge and parry chance by 3%. So essentially this mace removes 6% mitigation from mobs at this level, which is quite huge.
Can I help you?
It scales down as you level up. You know, I won't be giving that much expertise the whole time, but for now that's pretty huge. Oh man, I did get... I actually want to finish these water quests is the question. No, I don't. Yeah, okay, this would have been better. Definitely would have been better if I'd done like 2 more quests in Dust Wallow so I could hit 38 right now. And train new skills, but whatever. I don't think there's anything game-breaking at 38.
Got the best deals anywhere.
I don't remember if I... What the hell is this library script even from?
Glad I could help.
Greetings.
Talk to me. Be good.
Okay, let's go massacre some beasts. Test out this shiny new gear that we spent so long obtaining. Kind of curious if I can AoE grind on the bear pretty well now too, but cat should be pretty strong. How did that thing get me out of stealth? Not having to heal myself every, like, 2 or 3 mobs on cat's pretty nice. Alright, now we're cruising. Killed all 10 tigers for this quest without even needing to heal in cat form. Yeah, get him, cat. So strong now. Really, just because I'm curious how if bear is going to feel significantly stronger too, or just cat. Let's do a little AoE action here. Oops, that was too much AoE action. I'm trolling. Didn't save myself enough mana to actually shift into bear form there. 70 I'm not exactly sure. 60 I'm aiming for a little under 3 days of playtime. I don't have a good gauge of how long 60 to 70 takes with like fresh gear yet. This is my first. This will be the first character that I'm leveling, you know, with trash gear through Outlands. So my shaman was like geared up and, you know, did some dungeons 60 to 70 and all that. So it's But well, yeah, 1 to 60 should be like between 2.5 days of playtime and 3 days, and then 60 to 70 will, you know, will be less than that for sure. But I don't know the exact amount. Maybe like 2.5 days or something. 60 to 70. Outlands 60 to 70 definitely takes a while when you are coming into it with no gear. How many hours per day? Well, that remains to be seen. I don't have like an exact schedule that I play every day. I'm gonna try to finish it like as quick as possible. I'll be streaming most days until I'm 70. You know, I might have a day off here or there, but it's gonna be a pretty big marathon session. Like the playtime 1 to 70, you know, on a solo self-found druid like this is definitely gonna be over 100 hours. But I know the going has been pretty slow so far. But now that we got a lot more of our druid abilities here in the 30s, and now we've started getting some gear from quests, things will be picking up quite a bit compared to the pace up till now. TBC endgame fun. I mean, I guess it depends what you want to do. If you're all about raiding, you might not have that much fun just because the raids are pretty limited right now in TBC. You just have until the next phase. You just have Karazhan, Gruul, and Meg. I mean, if you're into like PvP and heroics and stuff, though, then yeah, it's pretty fun. Or if you like arena. I don't know exactly when the next phase starts, but that's when the raids will get a lot more exciting, because the new tiers of raids will unlock, and those ones were actually... I think they're using the pre-nerfed versions, so it might actually be the first content in any of the classic WoWs that's actually somewhat difficult. You know, definitely not compared to, you know, to current WoW style raiding, but really they definitely didn't use the pre-nerfed rag for MC when Classic first came out. 'Cause, I know people were asking for it, and they like intentionally didn't use it. Did they use pre-nerfed Cthulhu? That was another one. People were asking for the pre-nerf version because people used to think that was impossible back in vanilla when Cthulhu first came out. There were some guilds that were claiming it was like mathematically impossible to kill him. So it would have been fun to see that pre-nerf version. But I'd kind of stopped playing Classic WoW by the time AQ came out, so I didn't really know how that went. But from what I know, and of the people I know at Blizzard or whatever I mean, they're saying that for TBC Classic here, it's like the actual for real pre-nerfed versions. Oh, was that Ion? Oh, that's actually hilarious. I had no idea that that was Ion that had the mathematically impossible rant. Oh no, am I one short on these? I feel like the drop rate on these things must have been increased in TBC. I have memories of having to clear this camp out like 3 different times on Classic before I actually got all those. Unless I'm just absurdly lucky today. Now this quest, on the other hand, the drop rate on this one is just absolute trash still. Sometimes I have to kill like 30 of these water elementals to get the 6 bracers. See if my luck holds. Oh yeah, that is a fair point, friend. It's actually kind of similar to what I was telling people about hunters in the arena in TBCs. Everybody kept bringing up like, oh, well, hunters always had the worst gladiator statistics all through TBC. I was like, yeah, well, they never actually played the early seasons of arena with the talent changes that are going to be in now. People were kind of sleeping on hunters in the arena based on that too, based on data that didn't really exist in the current state of the game. God, I'm so much stronger now. It's not too long ago where fighting 2 mobs around my level in cat form, I'd have to like heal myself partway through the fight. The real question is, okay, let's see if I can kill 3 of these things in bear form without trolling myself due to lack of mana this time. Okay, these things are still kind of messing me up in bear form. Definitely feels like cat single target is much better now with gear. The amount that the bear AoE style improved is noticeably less. Yeah, I was just lazy. I didn't drink to full mana, so I only had enough for it to Moonfire and then go into bear form. I was overconfident. I thought my bear would handle 3 of them pretty easily. Apparently that is not the case, so definitely need the hots rolling on me. Definitely feels like now that we actually have good gear as opposed to 2 levels ago, the buff to cat seems to be significantly more than the buff to bear. Well, where the hell did that guy? Wait, is that guy? This guy is stealthed? I didn't even know that. Just like popped right out of the shadows there. Oh, bracer drop rate. You are so bad. Ah, there we go. Only part of this that gets a little bit awkward is this how many times you have to go back and forth to finish that whole Crocolisk chain. when you don't have the multiple Hearthstones from Shaman. You kind of just have to do it though, because the quest reward boots are so good.
Can I help you?
What can I do for you?
It's all boosts. Oh shit! You could always play hardcore WoW. Play on the hardcore server. Death equals delete. Anytime you're feeling bored and want to spice things up, that'll do it for you pretty quick. Yeah, my main server is super populated too. It's one of the full PvP servers on NA. So when I do this, well, like leveling stuff, I like to play the lesser populated servers. It's a nice, relaxing change of pace. I don't really know anything about the EU servers in terms of the differences between them. Ah, shit, I got too close before I started my jump stealth. So yeah, kind of the opening style we're using here will be pretty similar to what we use from here on. It'll change when we get Mangle. So instead of being the pounce into 2 shreds, it'll be a pounce, fairy fire, mangle, then shred. A shred gets the bonus, 30% bonus after you mangle, even though it's not a bleed. But yeah, and having pounce makes a pretty big difference, which is the cat version of cheap shot. Oh, server shut down. Oh my god, I guess they are doing it today also. Oh my god. I just got all my druid gear and we're just face rolling over these mobs and they're trying to shut me down? Shit, we just had maintenance shut down yesterday. This guy just got wrecked. Alright, this, it was a little bit slow going for a while, but I think I actually like this Druid Path, where you kind of go out of your way to get gear upgrades for all the slots, even though it has you doing quests at weird levels. Just the like 20 minutes of questing we've been doing since actually getting the upgrades just feels so much better now.
Hi, safe travels.
Hey there.
I was trying to do an AoE pull on these crocodiles, but there's only one of these things. I was gonna try to get this quest done and the cave quest done before the shutdown and then Hearth, but drop rate on these has been pretty unkind so far, so probably won't have time to do all that. That's a good question, RJX. I don't know why it's shutting down. They had maintenance yesterday, so it's pretty surprised to see that countdown notice. So basically the style we're using right now is why I always recommend people pick up shredding attacks. Like when I was looking at Druid guides before I started planning the speedrun, surprisingly most people just tell you to not take that talent and not really to use shred, but I'm pretty sure that at certain level ranges, especially this range right now, that it's like by far the best opening. So pounce into fairy fire into double shred. You can only do that if you have the shred talent for reduced energy. Like shred does so much more damage than claw, and it only costs 2 more energy once you get the talent. Here, I'm gonna do a comparison on the next mob. Okay, there's a claw, 90 damage, and a shred, 166. That's like not even close for just 2 more energy. I'm using this really weird weapon that got changed with TBC to give expertise rating. So because it has expertise, it's actually the best weapon you can get until Outlands for leveling. We actually just picked it up, I don't know, like an hour ago or something, and it's from the water quests in Arathi Highlands. I only even knew about this weapon because I was looking for expertise gear for my enhancement shaman. And I was like, huh, what's that? I guess that got changed with TBC. Oh wow, nice insta-respawn. I'll take that. Yeah, short of like, you know, getting like an ATS or raid gear weapon or something that, you know, is basically never going to happen. There's nothing better than this until Outlands. It's still was giving me 12 expertise last level. It's still giving me 11. So this weapon is still removing 5.5% worth of enemy mitigation by reducing dodge and parry by 2.75. Sure. Pretty much the last, like, 2 hours of the stream, I was just going, oh man, I need to find one more of these snapjaws real quick before the server go down. Or one more skin. I guess I gotta go back down the other way. Cat, hello. I'm under attack. Okay. So yeah, like the last 3 hours, I pretty much spent gearing up this druid. We're doing quests all over the place to get good gear for every slot. Because druid kind of starts getting good at leveling in like the mid-30s, so I wanted to get a gear spike at the same time, which is why I'm kind of destroying mobs right now. So we have everything we have is like a combination of strength, agility, and stamina now. These rings are kind of shitty, but what are you gonna do? Yes, this is the weapon that you use until outlands. Servo mechanic sledgehammer. Is that even a word? I guess so. God, I was trying to figure out. I need one more freaking crystal and one more skin. Or just about at a time. It's from the water quests in Arathi. The one where you have to like pick up the 10 gems underwater. I don't remember what the actual name of the quest is, but if you look up this weapon, servo mechanic sledgehammer, you can see what quest it comes from on like Wowhead or something. If you want the exact one. And then yeah, rest of the gear is just a bunch of just random stuff that has like strength and agility that we got from various quests. We're playing solo self-found, so all the stuff is stuff we found on the journey, no auction house gear or anything. Okay, well, I guess since the server's going down, I may as well, is there an inn in Moonglade? But I needed to train level 38 druid skills anyway. So we'll just log out here and I can hearth back to Booty Bay later on. So since the servers are going down for an unknown amount of time, apparently this isn't an inn. Nope, no rested XP for me. We're going to call this stream here for tonight. I guess we've been going for about 8 hours anyway, so that's a good stopping point. So I'm going to pick this up tomorrow, probably a little earlier than we started streaming today. Yeah. But I'll be streaming pretty much every day unless something comes up until I finish this 1 to 70 run, so... I'm going to head to sleep pretty soon, and then I'll start the stream up again when I'm up tomorrow. Because Druid's actually getting pretty fun to play now that we're kind of geared and we've got more abilities and stuff. We'll be we'll be cruising through the levels now, compared to the pace we've been going so far. So, yeah, glad to enjoy it. Glad you enjoyed it. Thanks for stopping by. Everyone who's new to the stream, go ahead and give the channel a follow if you're new, and we will be back tomorrow. All right, take it easy, guys.